Good morning. It's time to call this our July meeting of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners to order. We will start with our invocation by Commissioner Ricky Jones and our pledge to the flag by Commissioner Jennifer Mason. Please stand.
Shall we pray? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all the blessings that you have given us, and we thank you for this opportunity to serve Williamson County. We thank you for our country and our state and this county, and we ask that you be with all the men and women that serve us throughout those areas. At this time, dear Lord, we ask also that you be with Diane Giddens and her family as they and comfort them as they have lost a loved one, and be with us as we go about our business today. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If everyone would at this time please silence your cell phones. We'd appreciate it if you would silence your cell phone. Next we have roll call. Are we ready for? Check your present button. That's microphones. Everyone checked. Call the roll, please.
2 present, 2 absent, Commissioner Hudson and Commissioner Rainey absent.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Rainey just
Commissioner
came
Rainey
in.
just walked in.
We'll give him a second. Get him a second to get set up, then we'll do our approval of the minutes. Next, we have our approval of the minutes. These were emailed to you. At this time, we'll entertain a motion and a second. We have the motion by Commissioner Smith, the second by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Are there any changes or recommendations for the minutes? Any discussion? If not, I assume you're ready to vote. Vote yes to approve the minutes, no to object. Commissioner Rainey is still trying to get online. Yes, there he is. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
23 yes, 0 no.
The minutes are passed. Next, we have citizens' communications. If you would, please, when you step up to the mic, state your name and your address for the record when I call your name. Our rules state that we have 30 minutes for citizens' communications. I think we had 13 to sign up, so that gives us 2 minutes and 30 seconds apiece. First up, we have Lori Wagner.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Lori Wagner, and I live on Onyx Lane in Brentwood, Tennessee. I'm here to talk about some of the curriculum that we have concerns about in Williamson County. The first grade teacher's manual for this particular module has 506 pages. The word feelings appears 639 times. While feelings are okay and appropriate to discuss, the heavy focus here is on the negative emotions. Mad and angry appear almost 4 times more than happy. Joy is barely mentioned. The teacher's manual on pages 113 and 114 state, the students will focus on one feeling, either furious or sad, even though there are more feelings represented in the book. The manual then lists numerous examples of furious, mad, and sad. The top illustration that my friend is showing shows an imagery of uncontrolled outburst of a young boy on another young boy. The next illustration is more angry imagery, and this girl says, "I'd like to choke Alicia. I hate Alicia." The last illustration is also very scary and dark. The boy is alone in his room with a dragon, and it says, "The dragon's gigantic mouth opened. Thousands of teeth shone in the dark. The smell of eaten children filled the boy's nostrils. He felt sick, pain, blood ran cold, petrified, chills up and down his spine, faint, so afraid, paralyzed with fear, and frightened." This is a first grade book. Also, Brave Irene is another first grade book that 6 and 7-year-olds will read. After an unrelenting struggle through a snowstorm, this page illustrates the young girl Irene buried in the snow with only the tip of her hat and her hands exposed. The book reads, "Why not freeze to death," she thought, "and let all of these troubles end? Why not? She was already buried." 6 and 7-year-olds are introduced here to suicidal ideation. In the third grade, we see more suicidal ideation and death represented in a book called Amos and Boris. The text is about a mouse lost at sea, and it states, "He began to wonder what it would be like to drown. Would it take very long? Would it feel just awful? Would his soul go to heaven? Would there be other mice out there?" Later in the same book, a whale
15
gets
seconds.
beached. He's sure he was die, and as he was preparing to die, that's what that says. Finally, in this book, it talks about uncontrolled emotion and the mouse being crazy with rage. If the goal is to push our children to excel at reading, I think we can achieve this without exposing them to this age-inappropriate and dark content. Thank you all.
Next, we have Kimberly Calcote.
Hi, Kimberly Calcote, District 6. I'm here to talk about also some curriculum issues I have for first grade and second grade. In first grade, they read The Seahorse, the Shyest Fish in the Sea. First graders read about the mating and reproduction of seahorses, the only fish that has the opposite gender roles for this process. They are provided many illustrations and talk vibrantly about the mating process and positions. To quote, "They twist their tails together and twirl gently around, changing color until they match. Today's seahorse's mate is full of ripe eggs. The two of them dance till sunset, and then she puts her eggs into his pouch. A few weeks later, Seahorse finds a quiet place to hide among the corals. It's time for the babies to be born. He works hard all day and through the night, bending, squeezing, and pushing, shooting hundreds of babies out of his pouch." Accompanying this lesson is a video that visualizes this process and ends with this quote, "We humans tend to think of who we are as mostly fixed, but in the ocean, identity can be fluid and a mysterious thing." The teacher's manual goes on to emphasize how seahorses mate and repeatedly talks about how the male is the one to have the babies. The book is for English language arts, not science. Reproduction isn't even a science standard for first grade, yet they are focusing on mating and reproduction with first graders. The question must be asked, why did they pick the one fish that has opposite gender roles to portray this? Moving on to second grade, separate is never equal. In this book, the teacher manual states that the text is too complicated for these kids to read, so instead the teacher is to have the kids focus on the illustrations. These illustrations include Mexican children behind fences at a pool with a sign reading "No dogs or Mexicans allowed," eating lunch in a pasture with cows and flies, and Sylvia crying at school with white children around her. They also talk about, to quote, "They have problems with lice, impetigo, and tuberculosis. They have generally dirty hands, face, neck, and ears. One character is asked, 'Do you believe white students are superior to Mexicans in personal hygiene, scholastic ability, clothing, and their ability to take part in the activities at school?' And the character answers yes. This story is about a remarkable family fighting for equality that they deserve. Yet, it's being taught at an age that our children cannot fully understand the gravity of the landmark decision. This is just another lesson that is age inappropriate and does not fully balance the historical account of where we've come from to where we are now."
Next, we have Debbie P. Please state your full name and address for the record.
Okay, I'm Debbie Pace. I live at 1754 Charity Drive, Brentwood. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to talk about a second grade book called Ruby Bridges Goes to School. The pictures from the book, the following excerpt is from the teacher's manual. This is the very first lesson in the Civil Rights Heroes module. On pages 24 and 25 of Ruby Bridges Goes to School features Norman Rockwell's The Problem We All Live With, showing Ruby Bridges surrounded by U.S. Marshals and including a racial slur in the background, the N-word. Use this opportunity to remind students that racial slurs are words people use to show disrespect and hatred towards people of different races. Point out that the use of this word was common at the time. People still use this word today as a hateful slur. Reinforce the power of language and how words can cause pain. Draw on students' knowledge of civil rights movement to discuss how words can be used to attack and disrespect people. First of all, what knowledge does a second grader have of the civil rights movement? Second, why is the school system teaching 7- and 8-year-olds profanity like the N-word and justifying it as curriculum? Additionally, the Williamson School Board Policy 6.316 states that the use of vulgar or profane language can be a reason for suspension or expulsion. What type of mixed messages are we sending to the kids? Thank you.
Next, we have Debbie G. Again, please state your full name and address for the record.
Good morning, Debbie Goodlow, 179 Karen Bridge Way in Franklin. Thank you. The Buffalo Are Back is a second grade book. Quote, but it was settlers from the east and the American government that killed almost all the buffalo herds. They forced many Indians to go to reservations and sold the land to settlers. The government broke its treaties with the Indians. Soldiers and settlers were encouraged to shoot every buffalo they saw or drive whole herds over the cliffs. Most of the last wild buffalo went down in dust and gunfire. After reading this book, the teacher gives the children a sheet of paper with pictures that are cut into response cards. The teacher's manual instructs children to sort the response cards according to which people impacted the prairie in a good way and which people impacted it in a bad way. The only people pictured are American Indians, the government, settlers, and President Theodore Roosevelt. Who do you think will be sorted as bad out of these choices? This is a forced choice. Shark Attack is a third grade book. The third grade book, Shark Attack, has a very graphic illustration of real-life shark attacks, many illustrations. The first story tells about a man who was attacked, and it shows the side of his body caught in the shark's mouth with blood coming out. Then it shows another picture where the man tried to get away, but the shark snagged him and started to pull him under. Fortunately, he escaped. There is a real photograph, though, of his injury in the book. The second story is about a man who was attacked, and 6 lifeguards had to pull him out of the ocean. The illustration shows how the shark was still attached to his leg when they pulled him out of the ocean. The third story took place in, quote, a very unexpected place, a creek. A 12-year-old boy was swimming, screamed, and disappeared beneath the water. A man jumped in to drag Lester's lifeless body from the water. Suddenly, the man felt something bump his right leg. When he reached down, he realized part of his leg had been ripped away. They had been attacked by a shark. Both the man and the boy died. This is what our 8- and 9-year-olds are reading for English language arts. There are plenty of interesting and informative
10
shark
seconds.
books out there that don't require graphic images like this. Is this the best we have to offer our children? Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen?
Good morning, Kristen McKinney, 8237 Middlewick Lane in Nolansville, District 5. I'm here to also speak about the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. In the third grade ELA book, Starry Messenger, we find blatant anti-church as well as dark messaging. A couple of excerpts from the book. He had gone against the church. Galileo was ordered to stop believing what he could see with his own 2 eyes. He was summoned to appear before the highest ruler of the land, the Pope. Galileo was afraid. He knew that people had suffered terrible torture and punishment for not following tradition. It could happen to him. In this book, on these boards, there are 2 men being tortured and hung on the walls, one on the left and one on the right of the picture. There are numerous heads hung on the walls. Some are animals and some are human. There are flames with faces and a large snake surrounding him on the floor. Remember that this is served up to 8-year-old children in an ELA curriculum. This dark and scary imagery is accompanied in the teacher's manual with the question, what tradition did people just follow during the time of Galileo? How does the church's reaction to Galileo's challenge to tradition build your knowledge of the role in tradition during the time of Galileo? The church was worried because Galileo challenged traditions, so they punished him harshly. For 8-year-old children participating in church communities at home, this text is problematic. This is also a pattern of text over weeks, months, and years impacting our children in the Wit and Wisdom curriculum.
Thank you. Teresa?
Good morning. I'm Teresa Biancarri, and I live at 1651 Preston Place in Brentwood. I'm reading some quotes from a 4th grade book named George versus George. Besides constantly stealing food and horses, the redcoats burned entire towns and villages, looted or seized people's houses, raped and murdered innocent civilians, and set fire to crops and timberland. British troops locked prisoners in filthy ships where they died like flies from starvation, heat, cold, and disease. Indians fighting alongside the British burned down almost 1,000 homes, tortured and killed whole families, and scalped the dead. Believing that it would make them more powerful, some Indians honored their bravest victims by eating them. For revenge, rebel troops sent by George Washington destroyed 41 Native American villages, many of which were peaceful, and burned all their crops and orchards. They collected scalps and showed off pairs of leggings made from the skin of dead Indians. While there are other quotes in the book worth mentioning, it is also important to note the violent images on some of the pages. For example, there are children running out of their homes and being shot, soldiers shooting Indians while the females run away with crying babies, and soldiers setting fire to a house that still has a child alive inside of it.
Thank you. Angie?
Hi, Angie Colvin, 1868 Looking Glass Lane, Nolensville. I'm going to tell you about 2 4th grade books. The first one is called Walk 2 Moons. These are some quotes from the book. My mother screamed just once, one long, mournful wail, and then it was quiet. When the doctor carried the baby out of the room, I asked to see it. It had a pale bluish tinge, and there were marks on its neck where the umbilical cord had strangled it. It might have been dead for hours, the doctor told my father. I asked if I could touch her. She was still a little warm from being inside my mother. I thought maybe if I held her, she would wake up. I slept beside my mother until I heard her calling my father. When he turned on the light, I saw the blood spread out all across the bed. It had soaked the sheets and the blanket. It had soaked into the white plaster of my cast. She wouldn't stop bleeding. Later, my mother said they took out all of my equipment. She would not have any more babies. The teacher's manual gives 3 separate warnings for the emotionally mature content in this book. With all of the great literature out there, why are we reading a book that requires this many warnings? Additionally, on page 91 of the teacher's manual, it states, the sophisticated cognitive work builds a foundation for critical thinking, including concepts related to social justice. In 4th grade, they also read a book called Hatchet. These are some excerpts from the book. His mother sitting in the station wagon with the man, and she had leaned across and kissed him, kissed the man with the short blonde hair, and it was not a friendly peck, but a kiss. A kiss where she turned her head over at an angle and put her mouth against the mouth of the blonde man, who was not his father, and kissed, mouth to mouth, and then brought her hand up to touch his cheek, his forehead, while they were kissing, and Brian saw it. Saw this thing that his mother did with the blonde man, saw the kiss that became the secret that his father still did not know all about. To where he wanted to die, he had settled into the gray funk deeper and still deeper until finally in the dark he had gone up on the ridge and taken the hatchet and tried to end it by cutting himself. Madness, a hissing madness that took his brain. There had been nothing for him then, and he tried to become nothing, but the cutting had been hard to do, impossible to do, and he had at last fallen to his side, wishing for death, wishing for an end, and slept, only didn't sleep. It is completely age inappropriate to teach our 9 and 10-year-old kids about infidelity, suicide, and stillbirth.
Susan Massey? Thank you. Macy or Matt? I don't know.
Macy.
Macy, sorry.
Good morning.
Susan Macy, 9531 Sanctuary Place in Brentwood, District 6. I'd like to talk to you about some fourth grade books that talk about cannibalism. In the first, Gifts from the Gods, the story reads, he invited the gods to a banquet at his house and had his own son Pelops cooked up and served as a meal. Nobody knows why he did such a dreadful thing. The second book, Understanding Greek Myths, reads, it might seem unusual to us, but many myths include stories of people, mainly children, who were sliced, cooked, and eaten. However, the victims were sometimes coughed up whole or rescued and put back together as good as new. This is elementary school, y'all. Finally, the third book, Pushing Up the Sky, involves a play which the children act out called The Cannibal Monster. The script includes phrases like, run for your lives and eaten alive as the cannibal monster attempts to kill and eat people. Brown Bear, who ignores the advice of the raven, burns the cannibal monster, and from the fire the cannibal yells, you have set me free, now I will eat you forever. The story continues reading, the smoke is turning into little creatures, and they're eating us alive. It explains this is how mosquitoes came into the world. The teacher's manual continually emphasizes that this happened because the people disobeyed. Again, so we're clear, the children act this out. Let me share some excerpts from the story, The Furies. Wearing long black robes fastened around the waist with snakes, they hounded lawbreakers, especially murderers. Serpents twined through their long white hair and coiled around their arms. Blood dripped from their black eyes. The imagery is particularly disturbing, as you can see. But they came up to earth if they were summoned to deal with an injustice. The men, seeing the dark flapping shapes approaching, ran in terror, calling down curses. The Furies lashed their whips till the murderers bled. Down the snakes slid, winding, twisting, never biting their victims. Instead, they exhaled poisonous fumes that affected men's minds, and men began to rave. Refusing to give them any rest, the Furies chased and tormented the murderers until at last they went mad. Even though the Furies existed to avenge evil, all people, good and bad, were scared of these goddesses, for who among us has never done anything wrong? Unreal. This is terrifying imagery, both in pictures and words. This is the stuff nightmares are made of. Now, you didn't choose this curriculum, and we know that. But you participated in an important part of the process that got us to this place, and we need you to know that.
Andrea Schreiber.
Andrea Schreiber. I'm in the 9th district, and I'm going to read about the curriculum also. So the book is a 5th grade book. It's called Thunder Rolling in the Mountains. This book is full of graphic violence. I'm going to read the highlighted excerpts that were pulled from the book. To kill us, setting fire to the tents, shoot a soldier. I shot him too. Bullet went in the back of his shoulder and came out through his chest. So many bullets. The bullet would strike him squarely in the back. I began to squeeze the trigger. I saw dead people. Killed, kill, shot, echoed. Antelope fell dead. Swiftly, she grabbed my ear and thrust the needle through it. A bullet struck him in the head. We will kill them all. Kill the old man. Took his knife. With a stone knife, he cut the monster's heart from its body. Murdered. Soldier shot. Killed. Bullet struck her in the chest. She got the gun from him and took careful aim and shot him in the face. He smashed his rifle butt in her face, wiping the blood from his knife. I felt a noose slip around my neck. It drew tight, and the world went black. Kill. I saw myself killed. I will kill some soldiers. We are all going to die. Thank you.
Sabin Burnett, excuse me. Can't read.
It's Sabina Barnett.
Apologize.
No problem. 1421 Knox Valley Drive, Brentwood, District 6. I will be reading from a 5th grade text called The River Between Us. This book contains many references to alcohol, promiscuity, and the negative portrayal of women, and men, I might add. This is a book that our 10 and 11-year-old children are reading. I will read just the yellow highlighted excerpts that are pulled from this book. She had a powerful effect on the male sex. She come in handy. She's meant for men. What men do best is walk away from women. Painted up little floozy. I've held on to my husband unlike some I can name. Pressed her feather fan against her bosom and cast great fringed eyes at him. She's switching her skirt tails up and down Front Street, even as we speak. And the men in this town is staring holes in her, the brazen little hussy. He's drunk. All men are drunkards. Some of them staggering drunk. The other were half drunk. Drunk, reeling drunk, and fighting drunk. Rum, I had to get him drunk to take his arm. Smoking their El Sol cigars and drinking from small silver cups, and I doubt it was medicine. What type of message does this book teach our children? What type of messages does it teach about the roles of men and women? I think we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Mandy Buckholz.
Hello, Mandy Buckholz, 2724 Macklemore Way, Franklin. About a month ago, I was with my chiropractor and I gave her the information about the books that her child was reading and how Moms for Liberty were fighting to help make sure our curriculum was suitable. And I saw her the other day and she thanked me because she could not understand why her son was having so much trouble and so fearful for the Mexicans that are working in their neighborhood, building homes. And they have a lot of friends that are from every ethnic group. And she also talked to me about the cannibalism. And I said, yeah, I know. I said, it's crazy. She is now putting her son in therapy because they read through all the books that he was exposed to last year, and I couldn't believe the same words came out of her mouth of how dark everything was on a time where we should have lightness in our being housed for COVID. I don't know if you realize that we had to get a special waiver in order to have wit and wisdom in our schools, and the person who was in charge of this should be fired. It doesn't matter how much this cost, the money was not spent well. And if that was in any corporate environment, that person would lose their job and you'd have
Robin Steeman. Thank you.
Robin Steenman, District 12, Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen.
Can I have your address, please?
269 Snowden Street West.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the County Commission, you have heard excerpts from the current curriculum in Williamson County Schools. Some of you may be appalled. Some of you may be unfazed. I would like to point out that despite the platitudes put out by the Williamson County Schools Central Office about wit and wisdom being an approved curriculum, did you know that it's not a passed curriculum? The fact remains that it failed Tennessee State Textbook Review not once, but twice. Why would Williamson County Schools, of all the curriculum to choose from, choose a failed one? Let's review. It failed its first review in July 2019. DOE fired the first round reviewers, 5 of them, and hired 2 new reviewers to conduct a re-review the following August and into September. Standard procedure is those reviewers conduct it independently off-site, but this time they were on-site under the watchful eye of DOE. Now, why would that be? Regardless, it failed again, miserably. Wit and Wisdom failed all grades. Waivers were offered for K through 2, and the DOE overrode the failing grades of 3 through 5. DOE offered a free curriculum supplement written by CKLA to bolster the phonics component of K through 2, and that is what is in Williamson County right now. But to be clear, there is no supplemental curriculum to bolster 3 through 5. And this is English language arts. A failed curriculum resides in Williamson County. Of course, this does not speak to the subject matter content. You have traumatized children in Wilco. Children are in therapy, and I say children, plural. Parents are anxiously watching the school start date loom on the horizon because what parent would want this for their child? There's an uproar, and rightly so. Are there parents with concerns? Absolutely. Can WCS find a curriculum that not only passed the state review with flying colors, but also doesn't panic parents and cause them to withdraw their children from school? You control the budget, and you represent the constituents of Williamson County. You have a voice, and I would encourage you to listen and to stand up for the children. They need a champion, and they need a hero. Mr. Golden's not going to do it. Mr. Allen's not going to do it. A lot of parents are looking at the state right now with the anti-CRT law. That's not entirely going to fix it either. So we look to you, the County Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Stewart.
Good morning, Jeff Stewart, 117 Hallswell Drive in Franklin. We've heard a lot of very specific concerns about curriculum here this morning. I'm not going to dismiss those concerns. Some of them strike me as just a frank telling of history. Some of them sound unnecessarily graphic and violent for children of those ages. I have a 6-year-old myself. So some of those concerns are valid, and I certainly support the ability and the right of parents to express those concerns to leaders of the school board in particular. Wit and Wisdom was selected by teachers in this community and supported by the school board. As I understand it, this body has a strong relationship with Jason Golden and has provided adequate funding for our schools to be as excellent as they are in this community. And I'd like us to continue to support our teachers in making the best decisions for our kids. That does not mean that those decisions will always be perfect, and we should continue to express concerns, and course corrections can be made over time. But I would encourage this body to do what it is here to do, and not to get involved in the specific minutia of curriculum. We have educators in this community to do that. Just simply continue to partner with them as effectively as you have and ensure that they have the funding that they need to provide the best possible education for all children in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our citizens' communications. We appreciate everyone coming. Next, we have communications and messages. Jamie, have we gotten all of the conflict of interest statements? All right, we've got that. I can mark that off my list. We will break. All right. Let me get through with announcements and we will break for, probably take a 5-minute, 10-minute restroom break between 10:15, 10:30. Then we will break about 11:15 or 11:30 for lunch. And lunch will be at the Enrichment Center. We will meet in front, in the lobby for pictures before we go in. So we are also providing transportation. We will have a trolley here that can take us all over at one time, and a Parks and Rec van. So we'll have more than one transportation available to get us over there and make parking easier. We do not have any late files, so Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose a change to the agenda today, and that would be to move up resolutions 2 and 3 ahead of resolution 1. And my rationale for that is it doesn't make a lot of sense to me to vote on the budget until you voted on the tax rate. If you're voting for the budget, you're voting for the tax rate. So My opinion is we need to set the tax rate first and then vote on the budget. So I'd like to propose that we move those two resolutions ahead of Resolution 1.
Are there any objections to that? We have two objections, Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Webb. So I'm sorry, but we will have to keep the agenda as published. Again, we've already mentioned silencing cell phones. I would like to thank the sheriff for having his security here for us today and appreciate them always being here and helping us out. Have I missed any announcements? Our thoughts and prayers. Want to go to Elaine Anderson, had emergency surgery. I wasn't aware of this. She is not with us today, so our thoughts and prayers are with her. Next, we have report of county offices. Mayor Anderson.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and County Commissioners. Thank you for being here and taking time off from your regular jobs to handle the business of the county. Likewise, I was going to mention Mrs. Anderson's surgery. I understand from Jeff she is satisfactory and resting comfortably today. Along those same lines, I'm not going to spend a lot of time that we normally do going through all the items because Nina and all of you will be going through those budgetary items. However, I do have a couple of things I would like to bring your attention in talking with Todd Horton, our Emergency Management Director, that 49.76% of our population now has been vaccinated voluntarily through education processes. We're still one of the ranking counties in the state for that, and I thank all the citizens for that. An interesting statistic that you probably are not aware of that has come out of the Elaine Anderson's office and the transactions that she does on an annual basis. We had, even during a very COVID season that we had, putting in a couple of extra machines so that we can handle the many vehicle registrations. During the last year, over year 19, we had 8,500 more transactions than we did the year before. So once again, growth continues, as you will see throughout all of this budget. Growth continues to hit all of us at every point. Many of you have heard the comparisons we're having in household waste under Nancy Zion's term. We're doing 6 months what we were doing just 2 short years ago in 1 year. So our trash allocation that is being handled in our county is up from just a 1 year percentage of poundage to now we're doing that in 6 months. Finally, my comment, many of you know that we track the budget history. We've tracked that since 1986 and 87. Nina provides me this every year about this time. Under the proposed budget of $650,431,207, 66.66 will go back to schools. $216,844,457 will go directly back to county general, in other words, all other sources. That is up 0.31 over the prior year. If you add in the debt service, as all of you know, the county commission is responsible for paying for the school buildings and the things that occur within schools. This year's number, counting the schools, operational side, and the debt service, is 76.52. That's up nearly 20 percentile points just over the last 30 years. So your dedicated effort in funding public education at a high standard, as the gentleman indicated in his speech, is one of the highest in the entire state. And I thank you for having the best schools that we have in our community. And finally, I might say a word of thanks, try to do this every year, to the Budget Committee. They work tirelessly for, or will have worked, 24 months. As all of you know, during the pandemic, we did not shift our committees around. We left the Budget Committee. This year's Budget Committee and members were Paul Webb, he chaired it for the last 24 months. From the 9th District, Chaz Morton, from the 8th District, Barb Sturgeon, and from the rural areas, Judy Herbert out in the 2nd District. So thank you, and thank you to the staff for putting all this together, particularly during this last 6 months, and to many of the employees here that have worked over the weekend and late nights to get this all prepared for you today. Mr. Chairman, I will entertain any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions of the mayor? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Director of Schools, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commission. As the mayor mentioned, the history of the funding and support for the schools has made a difference in our community over the course of really a couple of generations at this point. And I want to thank you for that. And I want you to know that we take our role seriously, and we know that we need to continue to grow our students. It's a competitive environment out there, and it gets more competitive. And we will continue to work to find ways to better serve our students all the time. On the budget side, I did want to mention a couple of specific items that I know you all often ask about. 721 positions this year are actually funded fully by county as opposed to through the BEP. I know that's a common discussion that we have over the course of our budget process. As we know, the BEP is basic, and we all know that BEP actually funds a fraction of what the state determines is basic. So 721 teacher positions fully funded from the county. In the course of our budget process, we had two significant amendments to our budget. One was the increase for insurance because of the increased health insurance cost. That was $2.9 million that was added over the course of this process. Also, as we got firmer numbers on our online school, we were able to reduce a little over $500,000 for administration costs. That, of course, went through the budget process, and so the number that you have reflects those changes. I know Commissioner Herbert recently asked a question about where in the line items the online is found, and that was reduced in the instructional line. And upon your review, if you vote to approve our budget, each of the specific line items will be amended to reflect that reduction. I also did want to let you know that our budget includes a projection of 1,016 more students in the previous year. We believe that's conservative, and I think you all know from working with us over the years that we tend to be conservative on those numbers. Everyone, I believe, knows the environment right now for growth in our community, the demand on housing. And as you all also know, traditionally, if we need more from you, more teachers, due to growth over the course of the year, we will come to you. But again, we try to give you a conservative budget related to that. I did want to also let you know that Wit and Wisdom, the ELA adoption, was actually in the 1920 budget, 2 budget years ago. That's the process the state goes through with adoption cycles. I will tell you that there's a lot changing at the state level, and it's changing pretty quickly. The state adoption cycle is 6 or 7 years. We've actually had a couple things that were extended another year due to COVID. Mathematics was actually scheduled and got pushed a little bit. And a lot can change in 6 or 7 years. But from a budgeting perspective, the vast majority of our expenditures are on the front end of those budget cycles when textbooks are purchased, teachers' editions are purchased, and those items are used over the course of that entire budget cycle. So we don't actually have anything in this year's budget specifically related to ELA because that was in the budget 2 years ago. We have some replacement costs, photocopies, those kinds of things that actually aren't specifically related to a particular curriculum, but are instead for the traditional replacements that we need to do over the course of particular years. Since we did have some public comment, I did want to make sure that you all had an overview of the process that Williamson County Schools goes through when there are challenges to our curriculum. And you all know there's nothing new under the sun. Literature is one of those things that triggers disagreement. And that's been true for generations, for centuries, over the course of our lifetime, and those who've come before. And because of that, we actually have a process for that, because we've been through these kinds of questions before. So our professionals review, get state approval, which of course, all this was approved by the state. I can't speak to the question of how the state arrived at particular curriculum. We have heard the stories that the state, in their first review of ELA a couple of years ago, approved nothing, and then they went back and then finally gave the local schools a list of approved materials. And then 70 different districts obtained some waiver of some sort for 116 specific waivers, as the state does have a commitment to local decision making. And so that, for us and for so many LEAs across the state, that was a fairly normal process. Can't speak to how the state ended up where they were, but for us 2 years ago, it was a pretty normal process. I will tell you, though, that when the rubber hits the road, when teachers actually teach, especially that first year of adoption, we make some changes. One item that was mentioned to you just a few minutes ago was the river between us. We actually pulled that particular book and did not teach that book, but we're reviewing it ourselves internally. There are a number of other changes that we made. We do have some folks who said, why have you made some changes? Well, our professionals evaluated on a professional level. On the other side of that, we recognize that communities have a varied opinion, and so we have the process for anything that our professionals haven't made a determination on to be challenged through a committee to look at it from a different perspective. We are going through that process right now with Wit and Wisdom, and I'm looking forward to the results of that. But I do want to let you know that also our teachers, as they go through teaching, recognize the needs of their particular students. They get to know their particular students over the course of the school year and have some wisdom in how they teach. For generations, the time when I was in school, the time when you were in school, there were these kinds of discussions in how teachers taught particular items within the curriculum. And I'm really proud of our teachers in the professional way they go about teaching and giving us feedback so that we can make appropriate changes when it's needed. If something happens significant and it becomes a budget issue, we will, of course, bring it to you. If something happens at the state level that affects what has been adopted at some point in years past and we have to make a change, one of the things I intend to do is let those state legislators know that whatever decisions they make do have a financial impact on the local governments. My hope is that when and if those things happen at the state level, the state will recognize that statewide and initiate funding that's appropriate for the decisions that they make. Because again, communities change and opinions change. We do have some specific pieces of legislation this past year that we're looking at that haven't hit you all from a funding standpoint to this point, but have the potential to. There is a law that's very specific about the phrase Common Core in some books. And so we're looking back at books that were adopted years ago to determine if any of those existing books actually violate that new state law. Likewise, you have heard a reference to critical race theory. There's a new law in Tennessee that doesn't specifically mention that phrase, but does have particular content concepts that are prohibited now in Tennessee, which includes that teachers are not to teach guilt for behaviors of those who came in generations past, solely based on race, sex, and other protected classes. And we are analyzing our content in the context of that new law as well. So lots of changes at the state level. I anticipate over the next couple of years there will be two. For budget purposes today, I know that we've gone through probably a dozen different meetings, and certainly when those budget questions come up that haven't been answered through the course of that, we're always welcome to, we always welcome you to ask those questions of us. Mr. Chair, I should have mentioned that. We're projecting 40,397. I should have mentioned that. We're projecting 40,397. And just as a reminder, the apples to apples comparison we do is at the end of first month, essentially Labor Day, right in that area.
Thank you. What is that number of the, what is that also include online, and what is that projected number for online?
Yes, that does include online. We, at the moment, we are at about the mid 600s on online. That number has gone up and down with folks choosing back and forth. We did have some recently in the last few weeks decide they wanted to go back on campus, but we have a waiting list for online. So what we are doing is taking the available spots based on our pupil teacher ratio in every class, and going through the process these next couple of weeks of plugging in that waiting list. So I'm estimating somewhere where the final number is probably going to be in the 650, 700 range.
Yeah, and that number is what has concerned me in terms of total projected enrollment versus just the budget. I know COVID has just thrown everything for a loop over the last year. I just look at, we're at 40,000, which is about 1,000, maybe not 2,000 less, but over 1,000 less than it was a year and a half, 2 years ago. Part of that is, again, health concerns and people pulling out their kids. A large part of that number has been frustration on how how we handled, and I know this isn't necessarily the school's control, but how the state did contact tracing and how they handled all the COVID pandemic stuff over the last year. So a lot of parents pulled their kids out of there, and then now with the wisdom and the issues that we're running into now with curriculum, that number has shrunk, but the budget has increased. So where has I guess from your standpoint, where the money's coming from for the massive swing? Because I'm seeing about a $20 million swing from 2 years ago to this year with over 1,000 less students.
Well, we actually project 350 less than in 2019, okay. Just so you have that number, 350, okay. Not thousands. Second, you all may recall that last year we all agreed to a flat budget because of the unpredictability of COVID. This year, the state did a 4% raise. The county budget and the school budget reflects that. That was I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, and we can get Ms. Farmer to give me that number that represents the increase in our total budget. About 85% of our total budget is people. Just like most any other business, the people is the lion's share because that's where the value is and that's where the quality is. Also, the insurance cost was another $2.9 million. Those are the two largest increases. We do have a staffing increase. If you look at the position control report, that evidences the increases and reductions in staffing. And so the net and that position control report that you all got in your budget actually shows the increase in people. Some of that's driven by growth, some of that's not. You also may recall that last year we did not hire teachers that were not justified by the numbers. And we spoke to that over the course of the budget process. And so these positions do reflect that need. So if I may, I'm going to look over to my left for Rachel. Can you give me the approximate number for the 4%? 8.5 million for that. And then, okay, 11.3 total pay increase. And again, remember, we did not have that pay increase the previous year. We were 0 last year. We were 4% this year. And if I may also, Rachel, any other large items? Thank you. We actually added what I thought was a game changer for staffing, what we call super subs. It was substitute teachers working at a 0.8, not a 1.0 full-time equivalent. That way they did not receive we did not have to go to the expenditure of benefits, which is around $11,500 per employee. Did I get that number right? Thank you. And so that represents about $3 million. We added 2.8 positions at every school for substitute teachers.
I've heard a lot of great things about super subs.
Thank you.
3 quick questions on top of that. High school created a couple of years ago, and I'm trying to remember if it was ever instituted or if it's still going, but in the social studies program, didn't you guys create your own curriculum for high school social studies?
Thank you for that question. We actually went through the process of creating what we call OER, online educational resources, for both science and social studies. So currently, our entire science curriculum, our entire social studies curriculum is officially on a waiver. And we did that in large part to save money on the curriculum adoption. I will tell you, I don't know what the future holds with those. You know, we're in the middle of the adoption cycles for those. We have heard that there is a trend towards reducing waivers. Like I mentioned earlier, there's a tradition of honoring local decision making. But yes, we do have online curriculum that our professionals took a year plus to put together in preparation for that adoption cycle. I will tell you, we had a lot of discussion about ELA reading, and we didn't have the expertise in-house, and I'm not sure that the State Department of Ed itself does either, to develop that for ELA.
And that was kind of where I was going as a follow-up to that, is if my biggest issue with, I guess, the elementary school curriculum with Wit and Wisdom is, again, with the repetitive dark content. And it's not necessarily just the books, because you can pick out negative connotations out of most anything that you read. It's what the ongoing teaching of the teacher's resources, where you take a subject matter and then you extrapolate it over the next couple of weeks. And that, I guess that was one of the biggest concerns that I have, on top of the fact that elementary school children, aged children, are just highly, you know, a lot of the stuff that gets hardwired in their mind happens here. And if they start seeing a point, a preface, an opinion, it kind of gets, especially when it's over and over and over again repetitive. That's my biggest concern with that. And I guess from a budgetary standpoint, I know if the funds for Wit and Wisdom were passed a couple of years ago, you know, again, from a conservative county, one thing we have to look at is the fact that for every $1 million that we're going to allocate towards something above and beyond a budget, that's another percent of an increase that we would have to find. So at a penny, yeah. So a $3 to $4 million expense would be an additional $3 to $4 million penny-ish increase. So that's why I was looking at another, what did you call it? Online, OCR?
Oh, yeah, OER, online.
Yeah.
You know, we use acronyms for everything.
Yeah, exactly.
OER.
Yeah, so that would be an opportunity that we could potentially look at that and have it, because I know we have a review of Wit and Wisdom going on right now. You know, if it's too far gone to where you can't remove all the concerns or bulk of the concerns that's been raised, could you move in that direction to where we can have because even from the committee that you have that you formed to review this, can you explain maybe the contact of the committee that's reviewing it and the input from the potential parents that have concerns? Because at the end of the day, the worst thing I could see happening is a review of this, everybody come back and say, yep, everything looks fine to us, and then you still leave those concerns of the mass of parents that are raising concerns. What is the input process for that?
Well, so first, I will tell you that we've heard the gamut of thoughts and opinions on particular readings. It's interesting that you mentioned the darkness, the seriousness. Our professionals actually came to that conclusion in one particular quarter in fourth grade, and are eliminating one book. That's one of the examples we have. The Woods Runner happens to be the name of that book, and have had conversations with the producers of Wit and Wisdom to replace that. Because in that example, in that particular grade level of those 6 grades, and that, you know, in fourth grade, third quarter, our professionals came to that conclusion. And so we are doing some of that, and we have done some of that. From an OER perspective, like I said, doing it with ELA is a different ballgame from doing it with social studies or science. One of the most complex things we do is teach reading. And you think about the 2,800 to 3,000 students in each grade level who come in, and their experience when they get there, and our need to differentiate that instruction among all those students. That's a complex process. The review committee makes a decision on whether to keep something or not. That committee does not choose something new. That's a double check for us. And that committee includes a principal representative, a representative from the teachers, a representative from the school board, representative from the parents, and they make a decision on whether to keep something or not. We have about 130 books in this particular K-5 curriculum, and some are just a little bit less than 30 have been challenged, particularly with a request to eliminate the entire curriculum. That's actually a request. So they make the decision. That decision is appealable to the school board. So that's the process for that committee review.
Last question. I appreciate everybody's patience on this. So from today moving forward until the review committee comes back with a determination, how strict, because I've heard two different points on this. How strict are we demanding our teachers and schools to adhere to Wit and Wisdom? Because I've heard from at least a couple of instances where some of the subject matter was problematic in the classroom because of incidents in the classroom with children's current events and how it relates to a subject matter that was to be taught, and teachers asked, can we deviate, can we not teach this? And they were told from the curriculum drivers that no, you have to. How are we, if there are classroom incidents or issues at the schools, what is the lead way of being able to not teach that subject matter going forward until we figure out what's the best path?
Well, we don't have the capacity to make large changes on a moment's fly, generally speaking. I will tell you, with Woods Runner, we ran through that and learned over the course of teaching that we concluded that entire quarter was heavy. With the river between us, we actually did make an instant change on the fly because we had that feedback from our teachers. So we do a mix of that. I will say generally the first year you have an adoption, the encouragement is strong. Teach it. Let's see what difference this makes. Reading again is a complex process, and one of the things we work on to try to grow our students is to make sure that we're consistent from building to building, so that all our students have those same instructional opportunities. And to that point, what we've heard from many teachers is our young students' writing is so much better. But at the same time, we do need to balance that with that content.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I'd like to start off by thanking Jason for meeting with Candy and I last week. He was very generous with his time, and he really helped me understand what was going on a little bit better. I have several questions, but I'd like to preface, I've been interested in textbook materials since before I became a commissioner. I was upset when I first got to Tennessee about the content of the social studies cycle. And I monitored and sat in on the teacher training on how the textbook review process went in the state of Tennessee. And I came back with the conclusion that it really is broken. We have too few curriculum producers, and those producers don't have necessarily American interests at heart. They're not even located in our country. And we don't have a lot to choose from. We don't have a lot of good content to choose from, in my opinion. And but if you don't share my opinion and you don't see this as a problem, you can't fix something that you don't recognize as a problem. And it's been going on for years. Back then it was, what sparked it was anti-Semitic content in a world history book that was an AP book. And the school board supported it wholeheartely. I was labeled as a textbook crazy by some of our now sitting school board members. And I just kept going. But I sympathize with feeling like you're not being heard, and this is your children. These are our babies, and you can't unsee this. You can't unhear some of this content. So that kind of leads to the first year of a new curriculum. Our kids are guinea pigs. And I don't want to be a guinea pig, and I don't want my children being guinea pigs. So parents are thinking that the school board and the schools are on the wall, and that they're screening this material before it gets to their kids. And I know it's up to opinion, but when I read the excerpt from Hatchet, and for a fourth grader to be sitting there getting into the mind of somebody who's trying to commit suicide, is completely inappropriate, especially now when suicide is at epidemic levels. I appreciate you guys clapping, but I really would ask you not to clap, please. Okay. Suicide is at epidemic levels right now, especially among young people, and it's not just one piece. It starts in first grade and then second grade with a mouse and with a little girl, and it's not okay. It's not okay, and I understand you guys are doing your jobs, but somebody's not doing their job, or it would never be here to get rid of. So I would ask you to take drastic measures, to err on the side of caution. And even if it's questionable whether it's of benefit, I don't care if my kid learns to read when they're 10. I don't want them seeing this kind of stuff at school. I mean, I can turn off the TV, I can screen the computer, but parents can't control what you guys are doing here. They're trying, but they're being kept at a distance. So I'm hopeful that the state will give us the ability to create our own content. I know Williamson County can't do it all ourselves, but I would ask you to remove every single one of these pieces and replace it with something inspiring and uplifting, and something that will encourage children to be the best version of themselves and to respect their peers. That's what I'm asking. Okay, so as far as waivers, there's been a lot of talk about waivers. And I know we've already paid for this material. But is there going to be, if waivers expire, is there going to be a situation in January of 2023 where we're not able to use this curriculum any longer for K through 2 and 3 through 8?
Well, one of the laws that was passed just this last time had some language in it that said any State Department of Education waivers for materials that were not consistent with the Tennessee standards would expire January 1st, 2023. Our understanding is that that the K2 Wit and Wisdom is within Tennessee standards based upon the state approval. And so at this stage, we don't project that that will be a trigger for that change. But things can change. Like I talked about at the state level, things are changing quickly. Could the commissioner come to that conclusion? Could the legislature pass something different, pass a new law that does have that impact? That those things, of course, I can't predict the future, but those things are possible. But based on our reading right now, and our understanding and our having gone through this particular curriculum, the K2, again, which was the part that was approved through the waiver, it's consistent with the Tennessee standards and is not impacted by that law. But we're not the final decision maker on those issues either.
Right, but the textbook review is checking off the standards. They don't get into content or age appropriateness or any of that. So I'm understanding that the waiver was because we were missing a phonics component, correct?
Yeah, as we understood it from the state, in we walked through this detail in our board work session last month. So I really do encourage you all, if you want to get that detail, feel free to look at that. The short version of that is that we saw that the state was approving Wit and Wisdom K5 and even K8 when it was actually on the list at 3.8. And we learned that that it was being approved because they needed an additional phonics component. And so we included that as a choice for our teachers, the K2 with a phonics component. And that ultimately was what led to our teachers' decision as they compared this particular package to the other packages that were K5 programs.
So I've gotten a lot of requests to not approve the school's budget. And all I can think of is the only way to fix this would be to put more money in to buy a new curriculum. If we put more money in, though, y'all could just still keep Wit and Wisdom and use the money for something else. Isn't that correct?
Well, number one, we're not at that stage of making a decision, right? I will tell you that the way the budget's structured, if no matter what you fund us with, we can't just make a decision to use it for something else. You all may recall over the course of almost every month, we have an adjustment to the budget. When we present a budget that's approved, we can't go outside the confines of that budget. We can't just say, oh, we have more revenue and therefore we're going to spend it on something without approval. We actually have to go to our board for an additional expense if it's outside the budget, get their approval, and then come back to you over the course of the year for you to approve that expense. So
that's false then. Then if
that's correct. We can't just
gave
say, oh, we've got more money, we're just going to spend it. It doesn't work that way. It still has to come back through the board and the commission.
Well, thank you. I think that is what I have for now.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Smith.
Jason, thank you for your time answering these questions. I want to thank the presenters too for a very organized and well thought out presentation on some obviously disturbing information that's part of this curriculum. As the husband of a former teacher, I can see where she would be concerned about teaching some of this, using some of these materials. Commissioner Story brought it up a little bit. What are teachers' options? What is their input? when faced with something that they're uncomfortable with, what options do they have?
Well, number one, conversations with our curriculum folks and our principals, and we actually made changes this past year based on feedback from our teachers. And so they do have that discretion. I will tell you, when you talk about a teacher's edition in particular questions, those are the kinds of things that our teachers walk through themselves. They get to know their students. I will tell you, by the time the Ruby Bridges book was mentioned, that's third quarter, second grade. By the time you get to that point, your teachers know their students and know their students' capacities, and so the teachers do have that knowledge to make sure that they're careful about points of emphasis, et cetera, for that. I will tell you, when you take 130 books over the course of sixth grade levels, over the course of 4 quarters, and you look through those, and I know that Commissioner Story mentioned this, you can find something in just about anything that if you focus on it, then you can make things difficult, and our teachers have that professional judgment to differentiate that. And then, of course, they talk to their peers, and we make changes appropriate based on our professionals. Just so you all know, our teachers chose this material, but when you really teach it that first year, you do need to tweak it, right? Because you see how students respond to something that might not have been obvious to you when you're looking at it in a different context. When I use that phrase, when the rubber hits the road, right? So our teachers do have that discretion. I will tell you, we do expect our teachers to teach reading. And so they don't have willy-nilly broad discretion to say, I'm just going to go off and do something else. We have to process through that. We have to make sure it's consistent with our program, because we do have that responsibility to our students to make sure that, they learn how to read, and that we give them that best advantage they can. Reading is that base, y'all. It is that number one critical point for our students to grow. It's when we celebrate ACT scores, 10, 12 years later. So they do have that discretion on 2 levels. 1, in how they address it with individual students, and then 2, work as a team to find ways to do it better.
Thank you. I just want to encourage the staff and the school board to take this very seriously.
Thank you. We do.
Commissioner Lathers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much, Jason, to you and your team and the school board. We appreciate your service, and I appreciate everybody who came here today and took the time. Thank you. I just had a couple questions. When we talk about maybe budgetary changes, how much can Williamson County Schools spend administratively before going before the Williamson County School Board? Is there a certain limit?
There is not a particular limit. It's based on the budget line items and what you all have approved within those budget line items before it comes to the commission.
Okay.
That's it. Whatever you approve in those line items, that's our limit.
I was wondering also, when you talked about the different review committees, Williamson County Schools is so excellent at having guidance counselors and looking at, in my experience from my kids, emotional development. Some studies say it's not IQ, but EQ. Emotional intelligence that's really dictating success of people in the workplace, being able to work as teams, collaborate, be successful corporations. So we have these people, and then I would just do a plug with our county mayor. I've noticed every commission that he appoints, he always puts in people that you would think would have very contrary points of view, which is really what's necessary for a good collaborative process. So my question is, from what I'm hearing, I would really like to have specialists in terms of, child development, what's appropriate, psychologically, emotionally. I think these are some of the concerns we're hearing. Are we utilizing those professionals on these review committees? And if we aren't, can we?
Well, on the professional side, when we look at items, yes. We talked to our school counselors, our school counselor leaders. About 2 years ago, you all actually approved us adding a counseling specialist at the elementary grades. We have an elementary specialist and a secondary specialist because we have seen the increased need for addressing students' mental health issues. One of the conclusions we have made, and this is anecdotal, but in the county, there's a shortage of clinical services. That's what we hear from our families. And so we recognize that there's, you know, we have school social workers to help put people in touch with those clinicals. But we also know that we've had to bring in some of those additional services over the years because that is a growing need, in part because it's a growing need, in part because we're growing in raw numbers, and in part because there's a greater awareness every year of the need for those services.
But Jason, that doesn't really answer my question as, are we utilizing those people for the curriculum review process? When you're introducing content like this with so many different emotions and, you know, references to this, you know, a child at a certain age doesn't understand the difference between the church during, you know, a certain period of history and the church today. You know, it just seems like, you know, this is just me as a novice. I would not be intellectually arrogant to claim to be an educator, and I trust the professionals. But just I feel like sometimes the truth is in the
I
middle.
think the answer to your question is yes for us professionally. You asked about the review committee. The
Yeah,
review
can
committee,
you
the
include
review
that?
committee that's in board policy does not have a designated psychologist.
Can you add that? Would you be willing to entertain some changes on your makeup of your committee? Because if people feel like, you know, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. So if you look at it and go, what do we have? What could we add? You know, if we're listening to everybody, I just trust you as a leader
Yes.
to be able to maybe look at the makeup of that review committee and allow all of us to feel even more confident on the input that's been gained.
Well, first, this is the first time the committee has reviewed this. So the question of doing it over and over again is, we're not there. This is the first time
Okay.
this review committee has done this, and this is a different perspective. The policy has worked and lines out the specific individuals on that committee, but that committee has broad discretion to bring in professionals. It talks in that board policy, which I gave you a link to anticipate questions that may come up, that this committee has the ability and should look at professional writings related to the challenged items. So that's part of the committee's mandate to review that. The committee has the capacity and the ability and the discretion to pull in anybody that this committee needs for a review. There have been times when this committee has been utilized in the past where there was not even a hint that it was a psychological issue. It was a separate contact question. So the concept that we must put somebody on a particular committee to address that, I don't think is wise. But given the committee the discretion to bring in the appropriate professionals based on that particular need and what's actually brought to them for that committee review is wise, and that's the discretion that they have.
I would just humbly ask that you would consider including more of those type of professionals in this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Commissioner Aiello.
Thank you, Jason, for being here and for being in the hot seat. I've got more of a technical financial question for you. So regarding the online school program, you had mentioned that there had been some reductions in the budget process to kind of bring some of that cost down.
Yes, sir.
That was kind of broken out into some of the different line items themselves. Given that reduction, what is the current number, if you know, attributable to the creation of the new online school?
So I'm going to look to my left. I will tell you, with part of that, what we are doing is moving students from a particular school to online. So the teacher numbers are not going to be, there's not going to be a significant change because we still need teachers for those students regardless of where they are. So the significant portion from my perspective is the administrative elements of that, what I think of as the economies of scale. You know, traditionally smaller schools, the economies of scale, the per pupil's a little bit more if you broke it out, you know, school by school. Just because you have one principal you might have one principal for a 300-student school and one principal for a 2,000-student school, and the expense is essentially the same. And so I tell you all that before I look to Ms. Farmer to see if we can give you a number on the additional cost in starting this new school. Ms. Farmer? So Rachel tells me that payroll total is about $1 million. And Rachel, just to double check so I have some context to share with the commission on that, does that include teachers? Teachers, assistants, administrators, that total expense is $1 million. But again, there would be an offset if they happen to be back in the school buildings.
That kind of brings me to my next question of how much of that is new cost or reallocation or recategorization of existing budgetary expenses?
A principal, assistant principals, those would be new cost. Every time we open a new school, we do have those. Rachel, I know that we'll have a counselor, and I don't know. I'm going to ask you if you have any more secretary, bookkeeper. So I'm giving you the positions and not the numbers off the top of my head.
Does the school maintain any sort of cost breakdown or comparison of like how much it costs to put a traditional student in versus what the cost would be associated with an online student?
We have not done that, and we typically don't differentiate cost per school either. We have done some basics of that to give a rule of thumb and answer to questions we've had over the course of this budget process related to that. And so Rachel actually did staffing only comparison of online based on who we were staffing and what we had budgeted compared to some other schools. So I'll give you some of those numbers with the caveat that this doesn't include capital, this doesn't include utilities, this is exclusively staffing. Her numbers, she concluded for online elementary school, $5,154 per student, middle school, $5,232, a little less than 100 per more, high school, $5,762. To give you something to compare that to, those 5,000 numbers, and by the way, there's a little bit of difference in those, largely because of course offerings. The higher grades, you have more course offerings, you end up staffing more. To give you some comparisons, she did the same thing for Renaissance High School, which is our smallest school, $6,718 per, and y'all, that's a valuable program. I want you to know I'm not arguing because the per pupil expenditure is higher that we need to cut it, because this is not how we think, system-wide. Ravenwood High School was our largest school, $4,355 using that same model. But again, the on-campus ones, you do have higher utilities. Short-term, online costs a little more because of administration, because of those economies of scale. Long-term, there will be some savings that I can't measure as I stand here today because students are being pulled out, and it has the potential to slow down some building growth.
So I think maybe our last commission meeting, you mentioned that, for example, Pinewood Elementary was one of those schools that was deemed to be cost prohibitive based upon the number of pupils. Is there a benchmark that you were looking for as it pertains to the online school of when it might be cost prohibitive to operate?
We don't have a particular number. I will tell you, in that example, Pinewood dropped below 100, and more specifically, kindergarten, the last year it was there, I think we had, if I remember correctly, maybe 14 kindergartners and 1 girl and 13 boys. And it was really a combination of a lot of factors to determine the viability of that. Travel was an issue, bus, there were a lot of issues related to that. Don't have a particular number, but I will tell you the vision I have right now, we did not intend to actually submit a new school to the state this year. We intended it to be a program. Cost would have been the same for you all, but it's because we're taking this year to evaluate questions like application processes, making sure we evaluate a student's capacity to do online, and our particular class is going to make, like the old college tradition, on an annual basis, maybe not.
So is this year really kind of more of a trial run for the online school program to see whether it continues into the next school year as well?
Yes, there's a very real possibility we may make some tweaks on the program. I anticipate that online school is here to stay. There's been enough of a change in the way students learn over the last couple of years that it will be here. The question is, how much can we add some efficiencies? Is it going to be high school? Will it cover all the elementary grades? Those are some questions we'll be answering this year.
And one final question for you on this. Is Williamson County alone in creating this sort of online school, or are there other comparable school districts that have taken that same step?
We are not anywhere near alone on this. There are a number of school systems that actually predate COVID with online school. Our strategic plan called for a baby step approach, create curriculum and work our way up. But the leap that we had to make that district, statewide, everyone had to make with both feet this year, we're not anywhere near alone. So we've got some peers this year who are going through the same thing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nations.
Am I on? Hi, thank you for being here.
Sure.
I have a 9-year-old daughter going into 4th grade in a county school this year. And I'm embarrassed to admit that I wasn't aware of a lot of these issues before now, but it's got my full attention today. And I'm very concerned about her going to Lipscomb Elementary next year in 4th grade and coming home to me and saying, Mom, what's a miscarriage? I don't want to have that conversation with my 9-year-old daughter, and these moms don't either. And we're on it, we're working on it, we're going through the processes. That's comforting when it comes to my kindergartner. But how quickly can we move on this?
Well, I will tell you that the committee, one of the things they've talked about just as they were getting started is look at these questions by quarter. Hit the first quarter questions first and work your way down just to make sure that we can be responsive in a timely manner. I will tell you also that a number of these books, including Walk Two Moons, including Hatchet, have been taught at different places across the district over the course of years. And so we do have teachers who have taught these. And so one of the things I always encourage parents to do is talk to your teacher about that. And ask how the teacher is teaching particular topics. Is that a point of emphasis? Is it not? Are they doing a read aloud and not including particular passages? There's a lot of value in talking to teachers about that.
So for this year, we 4th grade parents are relegated to taking it up with their particular teacher?
Well, and principals, of course, but not relegated because we are reviewing that by committee. We eliminated Woods Runner. And I know you're not familiar with that, but it's a Revolutionary War book that includes survivalist aspects. But we also have an option within that policy for individual families to opt out of particular readings. And those have happened from time to time over the course of the years as well. The most common one, maybe not most common, but the one I remember most that always pops into my head is To Kill a Mockingbird, which has been taught for generations, and it includes the N-word. And we do from time to time have families say, I don't want my child to read that book, so you do have that option as well.
But then that child is sitting alone at a table during that discussion, and it is the weird kid in class whose mom, pays too much attention, or you've got a whole new set of issues that comes from that.
Well, I will tell you, for what it's worth, that's not been our experience. In those times that we have had individuals opt out. But communication is a key to that as well. Communication with teachers. We work very hard to be respectful of that. And I can't speak to a particular class, particular students, but that has not been our experience.
Okay, so just to just to confirm, we don't have a date or even a month and year that we may be through this process of reviewing this curriculum and making a determination whether it's appropriate or not.
Well, I do know that that committee takes their work seriously. We don't have a deadline on them because it's important to do it right, not set an artificial deadline. But one of the things I know that committee is working on is setting themselves up a schedule and deadlines because they recognize the importance of it.
And that obviously will all be made public.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Good morning, Mr. Golden. I have read a lot of the emails. I've looked at some of the school board clips. I've obviously listened to the presentation today. And what I read in the emails from the parents that are concerned, that concerns me the most, is that they feel like their concerns are falling on deaf ears, that they're not getting a response from the school. But yet, when I pick up the phone and call you or another member of the school, I'm told, no, we have a committee, we've started the process. So there's a disconnect between the parents who are here today and concerned with this topic, feeling like they're not being heard, and then the school saying, no, we've taken it up, we've addressed it, we have a committee, they're working it. So how do we kind of bridge that gap? Because just like Commissioner Nations, I have a son who's entering 4th grade. So this is a topic that concerns me. I hear the presentation and there are topics, but I also trust in the process. And I trust that when the school tells me we're addressing it, we're taking up, that's what you're doing. But then I continue to hear from the parents, it's falling on deaf ears, it's falling on deaf ears. So how do we bridge that gap so they understand the process, they're informed of the process, and they feel like the process is working effectively?
Well, I will tell you what I have heard is a little different from what you have heard. What I have heard is you haven't made all the changes that I am asking you to make. What I have talked about is we are thoughtful. We make sure that when we talk about eliminating books, we go through that thought process and do it the right way. And so when you hear somebody send something to you that says it's falling on deaf ears, my best suggestion is send it to us. Allow us to communicate that. I will tell you that during the summertime, communication with our parents of our 40,000 students is a bigger challenge because a lot of people are, they've checked out, they're on vacation, they're not in school. When folks get back in school, communication is easier. But what I have heard again in the emails I've received is you're not moving fast enough because I want to change, or you're not making enough change for what I'm asking for.
So can you assure the public today that the concerns that have been addressed today have been heard by the school? There is a committee in place and there is a process, and that the process could take time. Like you said, there's not a deadline, but is the process starting? Is the committee working? Are we moving forward on this issue?
Yes, and the chair of the committee actually sent an email to those who actually submitted the request for reconsideration a few weeks ago. So the chair has communicated with those submitters. And to your point, I think we need to constantly work on communication and how we communicate. We have different avenues, but as this is one, right? This is one of our avenues. Short answer to your question is yes. What you've articulated is accurate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Landrum.
So I know your microphone's not working, Commissioner, I don't believe, but your question was, is it possible to suspend wit and wisdom until the committee? I don't hear it. If I may, Commissioner, yeah, I think, no, sir. So the question, you all, is it possible to suspend, and at least for those who may be watching this later, is it possible to suspend Wit and Wisdom pending the conclusion of this committee? Short answer is no. We don't have other ELA in place. We're a year plus out from making that change. We would have to ask for another waiver for something, or make a full-blown purchase. And so realistically, no. But we do have the capacity to make sure that within the particular courses, the particular items that are being challenged, our teachers are aware and that we're careful about handling that. But that's one of the reasons that we're talking about handling this quarter by quarter as well, because of the scope of the review. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you. I'll be brief.
If I can interrupt you, Commissioner Williams also pressed to speak, and you've spoken
Okay.
once. So let's go to him, then I'll come back to you. Commissioner Williams.
If not, just a few questions just for everybody's benefit. The review committee, who is that comprised of?
The review committee includes one grade level principal who is at a school where the items were not challenged. That is Bethesda's principal. And by the way, I'm going to step back. The names of these committee members have all been shared with those who've submitted the request for reconsideration. So I might want to make sure you guys know that those who've made the request have had this shared. There is a teacher representative chosen by the Williamson County Education Association that happens to be an elementary school librarian. I see a lot of wisdom in that, because that librarian works with all grade levels and actually teaches all grade levels. That is the College Grove librarian. We have a board member, Casey Haw, our vice chair, was selected by Nancy Garrett, our board chair, to be on that committee. Dr. Julia Oyer, who is our assistant superintendent for elementary schools, is chairing that committee. We have a parent representative, a PTO president, actually rolled off, was PTO president the past year, just rolled off a week or so ago, is on that committee as a parent representative. And as I'm standing here, I think that's it. I may have missed someone, but again, that group has that list.
I know you, and then speaking to timeline, I know you can't put a definitive timeline out, but I mean, is there a guesstimation as to when this review committee will finalize and finish up?
I really don't. As soon as we get something for you all, I'll make sure that we share that publicly. What I can tell you is step one is read everything in its entirety. And I think that is a critical part, especially with literature, to read something in its entirety. And that's what they've been doing the last couple of weeks. I will keep you all updated, like we keep the board updated on that committee's work.
As a follow-up, then, will they finish that review before the next school year?
Oh, I can't imagine that it won't be, it's sometime this fall.
And then not knowing the result of that, but let's say certain books are eliminated from the curriculum and replaced with others, what kind of timeline do your teachers need to have that implemented so that they can properly instruct that?
From a full-blown new curriculum, we would probably need a summer's worth of professional development if we ended up getting something new.
So
for individual books, much shorter than that. I will tell you, in the example of the river between us, we pulled it when it was coming up, and we were able to replace it, with some work. The scope of that, if you address that in the aggregate, we don't have the capacity to aggregately do that at every grade level for every single book, but we can do that with one-offs.
From what I've got from the conversation today, we're probably not looking at Wit and Wisdom completely being replaced, but there are definitely a handful of books and instructional material that's being challenged and being reviewed. And, I think to kind of reflect, I think what Commissioner Mason was saying, I trust in the process. I believe y'all are going to, I see Nancy Garrett in the crowd too. And I mean, there's a comfort factor in that we know you and our school board members, and there's a local fingerprint that's involved in this process. that it needs to reflect our community's values. And, you know, I commend the parents for bringing up concerns. They're doing exactly what they should be doing ultimately in the process. And I just, like I said, I have no problem in trusting that this process is going to yield the result that needs to be, that's best for the community at the end of the day. But I also know that there's a lot here in the commission that are watching this process going forward. And so I look forward to us getting to a resolution that abates a lot of the concerns that have been expressed and keeps us on track. So,
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I will tell you that I don't see any way that every one of our community members is going to be happy with anything we do, because our community reflects that broad scope of thought. What I can commit to you is that we're going to do what we see as best for our students. And just know that every time you make a change to one side, you get an argument the other side. But I hope that you all know from your experience with us that we always work to do right by children.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you. I just had two questions, Jason. One, Commissioner Landrum talked about suspending it, but what happened to the curriculum that this replaced? I mean, is it possible to pull that forward and fill in the spots where we take out the objectionable material? And then second question is, how is a parent supposed to know in advance that this stuff is coming up, that they can opt out of it? I mean, short of going to Amazon.com and ordering all the books and reading them themselves over the summer, I mean, what's a reasonable expectation a parent can have?
All right, thank you. And I'll answer that first one first. About 8 years ago or so, our teachers chose Wonders, and that was approved by the board. Those books, those teachers' manuals, those textbooks were purchased those 8 years or so ago. They went through that 6-year cycle of use, and a year ago, they were thrown out. We don't store old stuff. So the answer to your question, we can't go back. And by the way, that's not on the state's approved list either. They have a new version that's on the state's approved list. So if we were going to do that, we would need to actually choose to buy something different. That's or yeah, but even with a waiver, we don't have the materials anymore because it's been over a year since we stopped using that. To answer your second question, historically, our teachers do give a heads up to parents if there is something in a particular reading that has the potential to be objectionable. I will tell you, in this past year, we've been even more careful about that than we have been in the past, because we have heard concerns. From our community, more so than we might have heard in the past, and so we're being extra careful to send those preliminary notices out. Those of you who went to college, you think about a syllabus. This is more than just the syllabus. This is letting somebody know ahead of time that blank may be in your reading, and we're giving you a heads up in case you choose to opt out.
We have to trust the teachers to recognize the content as possibly problematic, and the teachers are the ones that initiate the communication with their parental class?
No, it's not individual. Well, it's not individual teachers who decide I'm going to send something out. It's at the administrative level. We work as a team. And so it's not that one fourth grade teacher might send something out, but the next door teacher isn't sending something out. We make sure that we do this universally. And we've gone through this year, and we've heard particular concerns from some of our parents. We've heard the opposite from others, but those who express the concerns are the ones who we're responsive to in this context, especially.
Okay, well, maybe just to enhance that communication so parents can be more involved, I'm thinking.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Jason.
Commissioner Rainey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jason, for being here and to responding to the questions that you have. I'm troubled by so much that I've heard this morning. I spent 4 years in a classroom a long time ago. I have a little sympathy for the teachers, but I have grandchildren that have been exposed to some of this in the county schools. And hearing all the confusion that has gone around this room today, and then to hear you tell Commissioner Mason a while ago that you had a very thoughtful process, Did y'all just start being thoughtful with this process? What got us into this mess
Thank
is
you,
my
Com-
biggest concern.
Thank you, Commissioner. Likewise, we had a thoughtful process for selecting this. Our teachers reviewed the curriculum choices the state gave us. By a 3-to-1 margin, they chose this over the others. And so the thoughtful process throughout. And you know, that's, in that sense, there's nothing that has changed. Like I talked about, and this is one of the reasons I very much encourage you all to go back and look at our work session last month, the June work session, because we go through the detail that talks about that very question you ask. And so it's our professional teachers. And we respect that professionalism. And we work as a team when those questions come up over the course of time. You make a selection, and then when you're actually teaching it, you know, say, you know what, blank, you know, we've got 130 books. We pull out a particular reading on one particular page that might jump out as someone as a concern that they might not have come to that same conclusion on when they were reading it for the first time. So that's how we got there, from our teachers making the selections.
Well, I'm disappointed that we got to this process with wit and wisdom. I can just leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Lathers.
Thanks. I know we need to move on. Thank you so much, Jason. I think that what I'm hearing, I want to understand is that we're talking about potentially 30 books that are in question out of 130. Is that about right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But again, I want to emphasize,
Yeah.
the individuals who've asked us to reconsider have asked us to reconsider wit and wisdom as a whole.
As a whole. So you're going to go through all of it, but kind of focusing on the 30, and you're going by
Well,
quarter.
Just so you know, the
Yeah.
scope of what the committee, the scope of
You
what our,
throw something at me, Jason.
the scope of what our committee has the power to do is to eliminate wit and wisdom all completely. They could choose to do that. They could choose to say we're not changing anything, or they could choose to do anything in the middle. I just want to make sure I emphasize that.
Okay, and then I had another question. I mean, I think I've already spoken about looking at the psychological and emotional aspects of literature, because as a reader myself, I know what I read at 4th grade is something different than when I read when I'm 20, than I read at 30. So it is hard sometimes for even professionals who've maybe taught this grade or that grade to be able to analyze this for all these ages. So I just trust y'all, you're putting the best people on that committee. And then I guess I wanted to lastly say that I would throw out one other crazy idea, just if you entertain it, and I'll close with this. My limited experience is that sometimes teachers don't always tell the people that are their bosses and their higher ups totally how they feel unless it's anonymous. And sometimes I've had to, in leadership positions, the best information ever I got was from police officers who are anonymous, staff people who are anonymous. There's no repercussion. And I just think it's a beneficial tool just to put it out there as a process for their input. They are your professionals, but they don't feel maybe under a microscope. That's just an idea. Thank you for entertaining that.
Thank you for that suggestion. I will tell you that over the course of this year, we've heard the gamut. And so whether every individual teacher might be comfortable or might not, I guarantee y'all, we've got teachers who are comfortable sharing with our 1,000 teachers, thousands of teachers. But thank you for that suggestion.
Thanks.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Very, very quickly. Thank you, Jason, for your input. Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to recognize that the school board chairman is here today, and that show, Nancy Garrett, thank you for attending. I appreciate it. It does show her concern in what we're hearing as county commissioners, and I appreciate the school board listening to what we're hearing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know Commissioner Tunnicliffe and Commissioner Sturgeon actually happened to be at our meeting, at our last meeting. And I know many of you as commissioners over the years have come to our meetings. So I want to thank, since you mentioned it, I want to thank you all for that as well.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
I know I said we were going to take a break, but the hospital had a presentation. We've kept them. All right, well, let's take a very fast recess, and I'm sorry to keep the hospital waiting, but let's meet back at 5 after.
adjusted now that the crowd is dispersed.
All right, we still got several out, but I'm going to go back to order. It's time to call us back to order. This time we have Williamson Medical Center. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I'm Julie Miller, Chief Operating Officer, and I'm just going to give a couple short updates, and then Paul Bolin can talk about financials. First, I'm very proud to announce Williamson Medical Center Emergency Medical Services has been permanently authorized by the Tennessee Department of Health EMS Board to carry and administer pre-hospital blood products. Williamson Medical Center EMS is one of 7 systems across the country and the first and only 911 ground EMS provider in Tennessee authorized to carry and administer pre-hospital blood products. The permanent authorization follows the completion of a successful 2-year blood products administration trial. EMS administered blood to 14 patients in the field during this 2-year program trial. The EMS team participated in training for the program with 3 levels of licensure completed for advanced EMTs, paramedics, and critical care paramedics who are approved to safely administer blood and are re-credentialed every 6 months. We are proud of our exceptional EMS team and their work to continually set the bar for pre-hospital care in Tennessee. Next, just wanted to give a quick COVID update. The hospital is continuing to have low COVID numbers, but we have started seeing a bit of an increase, as you can see in the state numbers also. And we feel that is kind of the surrounding Arkansas, Missouri. They're even seeing a higher uptick and spike. So just wanted to give you that. It's been about 4 patients, and we're hoping it continues to stay that low.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Paul Bolin. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Williamson Medical Center. In your packet are our May financials, and I'll make a few comments about those. May was a pretty good month for us. We didn't quite make budget. Year to date, we're ahead of budget. Like Julie said, COVID has sort of calmed down, which from a service standpoint, that's great for us. Our numbers are almost back to where they were pre-COVID. I think the emergency room was the trailer where we were really lacking patients, but that has really kind of settled down. The big thing with our financials, we've always talked about our debt coverage ratio and made a commitment that we would have a debt coverage ratio of at least 1.5. And what debt coverage ratio is, that's our ability to make our debt payments. How much more cash do we have than our debt payments? Our commitment is 1.5. As you may recall, a year ago, we got below that, and that had to do with our COVID. Because of COVID, our volumes just completely dried up. That's resolved, and in that trailing 12 months now, we're at 2.2 for our debt coverage ratio. So things are going fairly well financially. Any questions about the hospital financials?
Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Paul. Just wondered, I understand how hospital billing works, and there's a lag there. So what's your projections as far as the lag from the COVID? Or do you feel like we're coming out of that lag time, or so it's improving now? Or are you going to see another 6 months of this? Or
It's definitely improving. The thing we had happen in COVID, and this happened both from a billing standpoint and a payment standpoint, everybody sent their people home. There was just disruptions. There wasn't business as usual. We've had to work to resolve a lot of those things, both internally and externally, but that has gone fairly well, and I would say we're almost back to normal.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Well, just a quick clarification. Do I understand when you say 1.5, that means you have 5 times more cash than you need to pay a monthly
We have
loan payment?
1.5 times more cash flow than we do debt payments. So say we had a $100,000 debt payment, we have $150,000 of cash flow.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Landry.
Yes, mine's a little different, Paul, than the numbers, and thank y'all, but just came across my desk that Williamson Medical Center has been named one of America's 100 best hospitals for patient experience by the Women's Choice Awards, America's trusted referral source for the best in healthcare. So congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Is there anything else? Any other questions? All right, thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all coming. Appreciate you waiting. Are there any other reports of county offices or committees that need to report? Okay. Moving on to elections and appointments. Wastewater Authority, 5-year term expiring in June of '26, term expiring Garland Teague, nomination Garland Teague. We have a motion from Brian Beathard, the second by Commissioner Webb. All in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
23 yes, 0 no.
Since these are both regional library, I'm going to do these at the same time. Buffalo River Regional Library, 1-year term expiring 6 of '26. Mike Setz, nomination Terry Hood. 1-year term expiring at 6/26. Paul Webb, nomination Paul Webb. Motion by Beth Lother, second by Dana Osbrooks. All in favor of these appointments, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. All right. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 1 abstain.
That's all our elections and appointment. Next, we go into consent agenda. We'll entertain a motion for the consent agenda. Motion by Brian Beathard, second by Dana Osbrooks. If you're in favor of the consent agenda, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. It's coming. She's working on it. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Commissioner Sturgeon? Thank you. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
23 yes, 0 no.
Consent agenda passes. Okay. Now we're to the regular resolutions, and I'll go through the process. On the first resolution, 721-1, which is our budget. We will introduce the resolution as a whole, then we have to vote on each major category separately, then vote on the resolution as a whole. So we'll need a motion for the resolution, then we will vote on each separate category, and then we will vote on the resolution as a whole. Are there any questions on that before we get started? I believe so. We do have everybody's conflict of interest, right? Yes. Okay, so we're good there. All right, so Ms. Nina, if you want to come up, we'll get ready and get started with the budget. Yeah, I'll get there. Okay. All right. Resolution 7-21-1. Resolution making appropriations for the various funds, departments, institutions, offices, and agencies of the Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2020 and ending June 30, 2021. Entertain a motion, Commissioner Webb. We'll get that.
I think you got your dates wrong. 21 and 22.
22. I did say 21. Thank you. So, yeah, beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30, 2022. Okay, we get the resolution up. Well, we got to get the motion recorded. Okay. Oh, we've never put the motion up. It's never going. There's the motion by Commissioner Webb. We have a second.
No option on a stage.
No, okay, now we have a second, Commissioner Sturgeon. Now we'll go to Ms. Nina and let her bring each category forward, and again, we will take each, now that we have it on the floor, Ms. Nina will go through each category, and then we will take a motion and a second and a vote on each category. Ms. Nina?
Okay. We'll start with the county general fund. The general administration is $17,294,357.
Yeah, so I'm waiting for her to get it changed. So, all right, we entertain a motion. Commissioner Webb, the motion. Commissioner Herbert, the second. Any questions on general administration? Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment based off of my earlier attempt to change these resolutions. If you're voting on the budget, you're voting for the tax increase essentially because you're the new 1.88 tax rate is baked into these numbers. So just that was the reason I thought we should reverse the order. But if you're voting on this, then you're voting for the tax increase essentially. Just want to make that point. Thank you.
Commissioner Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to make sure that everyone understands the normal budget process starts in February of every year with departments and committee members having their meetings, and we spread this out over 5 months for a purpose so that everyone will have voice. This year, we had 2 public hearings on this budget instead of the normal 1. So I think any additions, deletions, questions that we've gone through on this budget or any budget would come through that process. So I encourage you that if you, next year, ask your questions and have the discussion ahead of time. And so I encourage you to vote this budget as it's been submitted to you, and as Nina goes through this, she can answer specific questions, and we have the other department heads can answer specific questions about their duties. But we go through this process every year so that when we come to this point, the budget is ready to be passed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Commissioner Aiello.
Thank you. Just one general question. With the tax increase essentially being baked into these numbers as well, when, I guess, did the county know that that tax increase would be necessary or the request would need to be made to the commission to change that number? I know there were some questions about the appraisal rates and how there needs to be a revenue neutral adjustment there. When did that number, I guess, come to the county to then present for that tax increase to support the budget that was created during that months-long process?
So I think it was in May that we got the final certified rate. And at that point, we take what that rate would be, apply any growth to that to come to the rate that would fund the budget.
So in the budget creation process, was it projected from the beginning that there would need to be an increase to fund the budget that was desired to be made, or?
It was, but it was based on the rates at that time. So this being a reappraisal year, there is a bit of a different process throughout that time, but there was intent of a rate increase.
Okay. And is it fair to say, and I don't mean to put you on the spot on it, but the first time that rate increase was really brought to the tax study committee was this past month?
Yes, that's when we have our final numbers for the certified rate to be able to calculate the number of pennies that would be needed based on that certified rate. Because prior to that, we were working off of the old numbers.
And with respect to that new resolution that does increase that tax rate, it looks like there's a difference between the county general fund, the effective tax rate of the 2,996, increasing to 0.38. Would you be able to identify where in the general fund, as we're coming to vote on these general fund questions, what the majority of that increase is going towards?
It's a combination of factors for the county general fund. One of the things that we had to look at this year was lost revenue. The hall income tax is ending for the county. That's around $2 to $2.5 million that we were receiving each year, which we will no longer receive. Some of the items that were pandemic related were the hotel motel tax. That was $2 to $2.5 million. The parks and recreation, that was around $2 million. We did have an offset of some increases. The sales tax did come in around 43% more than last year. The permit fees were up quite a bit this year. As you know, we've talked about over the years, that's a volatile revenue source because it is tied to the economy. Another thing that we look at in this fund is over time we're beginning to get a larger gap of our fund balance to balance the county general fund. This past year, if we went with a certified rate, the fund balance drawdown would be close to $18 million. So over time, that's something that our rating agencies will continue to look at. If you have a larger gap of recurring revenues that fund your recurring expenses. So that is one of the large factors that go into this rate increase.
So would it be fair to say that the majority of the rate increase would be attributed to lost revenue sources or replacing those?
That is a portion of it.
And I'm sure you have, but in the budget process, taking into consideration whether the hotel motel tax would continue to be at the current rate, or if those losses that you experienced in the COVID times, whether we'd expect to regain some of that ground.
We would hope to regain that, but of course, I mean, there's no way to know when we'll be back to the pre-pandemic levels. So that and some of the other revenue sources that are attributed to Parks and Rec being up and running to our full capacity, we're just not there yet.
And in this process, moving into the next, I guess, budget cycle, is it something that the county would look at to perhaps reduce these tax rates if those revenue sources do resume? Or once we set these rates, is there no ratcheting back?
Well, we do look at the rates each year. We look at all revenue sources during each budget cycle. So the last tax increase for the general fund was 2016, our last reappraisal cycle. So one thing we have to look at trying to prepare a budget is not just our current year. We have to look out 3-4 years.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Story.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm trying to, I'm having a brain lapse on the what is the term of when you fund something, you have to fund it at the same amount each year?
Maintenance of effort.
Maintenance of effort. So I guess that's part of it is such a large increase. And if things shake out and some of the revenue sources bump up, what are the insurances that we have other than, I guess, our own, from a budgetary standpoint when we do it every year, is ensuring that we don't just absorb that money for the next couple of years versus hope, I guess we're banking on the revenue sources catching up where it needs to be. What happens year over year after an 8% increase and everything else pops up? I mean, would we then, what is the option? Do we then do a tax decrease? Because we have, that maintenance of effort kind of throws a wrench in everything in terms of.
So the maintenance of effort, that applies to the schools' revenues. There are different revenue sources that go into that. So even with the increase in the property tax rate, there may be other revenue sources that could be adjusted or moved to fund a different fund. The other maintenance of effort within the general fund, the departments to have that, it's based on expenditures. So that what is approved this year, we would have to meet each year.
So I guess on one hand, an 8% increase would hit, you have to be extremely vigilant to where everyone works within that 8% versus providing an 8%, then a massive increase in other revenues that were potentially COVID-related decreases. That just puts us in a weird spot to try to manage and maintain. So, all right, thank you.
Are there any other questions on general administration? Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. This $46 million that we may get under the American COVID response funding from the federal government, how does that impact? I mean, if we pass the budget like it is right now and we actually bring in $46 million, how does that work?
There are specific guidelines on how those funds can be used. If I may defer to council to go through those, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
The American Rescue Plan has several categories that you can use the money for. The comptroller has also recommended those be used for one-time expenses and not recurring expenses. So you have things like health care, you have things like broadband, water, sewer.
Capital expenses?
Capital expenses in many ways, with the idea that those would impact either the ability for social distancing, the ability to help disparate impact on particular areas of the community, to provide premium pay for essential workers in terms of a bonus potentially. Those are the types of things that are contemplated in the Americans Rescue Plan. It's really not considered to be a revenue source for your budget per se. It's more project specific.
Okay. So it's going to be on top of this?
It'll be an in and out on top of what you spend.
If we got nothing from the American CARES Act?
American Rescue.
Rescue, all these positive words. We'll be fine if we don't get a single dime, because this budget covers our needs.
It is not calculated into your revenue source here, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for council. So in our last meeting, we talked about lost sources of revenue, and that was something that you said was possibly going to be covered under the act. So this hotel motel tax, for instance, we could say right now, our hotel occupancy rate is at 50%. Normally, it's at 85 to 90% right now. So is that something we could say, we believe that's related to COVID, and therefore we want to recover some of those lost revenues?
No. You can't look at a specific revenue source. You have to look at your revenue overall. So the fact that hotel motel may be down, you can't say we lost 10 million there and apply that 10 million. You have to look at your overall revenue. As Nina said, your sales tax went up. So what's the net? Now, the calculation, and we're still waiting on the final rules because the comment period ended last Friday, I believe. So we haven't seen the final. We've only got the interim final, is that you have to look at all of your revenue sources together. You can look at a rate of growth of revenue and see if you match the rate of growth you would have gotten prior to the pandemic. So we would look at a 3-year period of time, see what our rate of growth was, see how that impacts our revenue versus what we got pre-pandemic to post-pandemic. We might be able to recoup some of those dollars for use down the road, but it also cannot be used for past expenses prior to March 20th of this year. So it's got to be prospective. But in general, it's not per revenue source, it's the entirety of your revenue.
Thank you. That answers my question.
Commissioner Bethard.
Chairman, I'm
I'm finding it difficult to vote for a tax increase given the year we just had. And of course, Commissioner Lawrence has a point that you can't order the food and then not pay for it. So we've got a juxtaposition here wherein we're going to vote for the budget, and assuming it passes, we would then be voting for the next resolution, which is a 13-cent tax increase. Looks like most of that is going to the county general. Again, I recognize all these departments do a tremendous job. They need and deserve every penny that they've asked for. I'm going to have to make some hard selections in the general fund and vote no on a few of these, because I just cannot see us voting for a tax increase again this year and based on the year we just had. I can't do it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I do want to make a point. This was the appraisal year. Whether you get a tax increase is according to how much your property went up. I've already pulled the numbers. If you are in like downtown Franklin, your property went up 245%, yeah, you're going to pay more in taxes. But if you live out in the rural area, your property didn't go up as high as a percent, and you're going to pay less in taxes. So it's not necessarily a tax increase for everybody. Some will pay the same, some less, and some will pay a lot more. So each person is according to their appraisal price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nina, you can help me with this because it's been a COVID year. But I recall 2 years ago, we were looking at the property tax rate and a potential increase. We had a lot of discussion in this commission, and I think we had like a 50-50 vote on something because some revenue came in from the state that was unexpected. But I think we've always known with growth that we had to be at a certain point with revenue, even 2 years ago. And then last year, we weren't able to, we have the same budget. So I'm just saying, for me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think this is new news. I think this is old news with us having to do what we were trying to do 2 years ago to get where we need to be to have a sustainable budget. And I just want to say, I'm amazed if you look at your budgets every year, how these departments operate without large increase in staff. They are so fiscally conservative. I don't know how they do it, because with growth, they're getting more calls. They're getting more needs, but we are putting so much of our budget in the schools. So correct me if I'm wrong, this was looked at 2 years ago, right? And then we pulled back because of that state revenue. Am I remembering it accurately?
Yes, ma'am. That
Okay.
was mainly in the school fund, but your statement is correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, I would like all of our commissioners to be aware of our 3J program. We are needing additional funds in juvenile, desperately needed. Our judges, our justice system, and our jail. We have many, many needs there, so please consider the 3J program. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to pull us back just a minute. On the discussion right now is the general administration budget of $17,294,000. And that needs to be what the discussion is on that section of the budget. We are not into the revenue section. If you want to propose cuts to the budget, this is where you do it. But we are talking about general administration budget right now. Commissioner Story.
Commissioner Hester kind of hit on what I was going to ask or go down, so I'll save it for the next.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones, Dwight Jones.
I understand. I've been in several people's shoes here that vote against the budget. We have a budget process that Paul and Barb and Judy, and I'm missing somebody, so Chaz, they go through it. I think Jason Golden will tell you, Dwight Jones or Judy Herbert will cut a school budget every year just about. We do that in committees. We do that in the budget process. I don't typically like going through a budget process and then getting to July after we've passed the budget process and then gonna dissect it again. I think that's a little after the fact. Don't have a problem with it. We can do that. No doubt. But I don't think anybody didn't realize that the tax rate was gonna go down. I think Brad Coleman's been telling us for months that the certified rate was going down because the property values went up. I understand it, but I'll cut a budget in a minute, but let's do it in the right process. We're a little late in the ballgame here to be trying to do something totally creative, because I understand when we talk about cutting a budget or not passing the tax rest, you got to come up with some numbers. So understand that when we start talking about this. So if you ain't got all your facts ready to cut this budget to match your numbers, then you're wasting a lot of people's time here. Thank you.
Commissioner Story.
So, and the state certifies our revenues at this point, so that's part of the thing, correct? Where, so if it's a deal where, you know, the state's saying this is what we project you to bring in, that's my other concern is if something blows up, it's above and beyond what the professionals at the Capitol said. This is what you think you're going to get, and this is what we agree with, correct? So if 6 months from now, we're continuing to see a much broader increase in revenue to fund these budgets, there's really not a whole lot of recourse after we've passed an increase. We would just get that much more on top of the rate increase, the tax increase that we've would have passed. You get, so.
Each year, we do receive growth on our property taxes. That runs about 3% each year. That amount did not cover this budget. So that's why the $1.88 is proposed.
Thank you.
But as a partial answer, this body sets a tax rate every year. We only set a certified rate when there's a reappraisal, but we set a tax rate every year, and that is revisited every year at the budget time. Are there any other questions on general administration? Hearing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. May have to close it out completely and. Is it, you can voice vote it if you're okay with that. Yes. Okay, anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
20 yes, 3 no.
General administration passes. At this time, it is 20 till 12. We are going to recess for lunch. We will meet back here. We are going to shoot for 1 o'clock to re-adjourn, 1 o'clock. The trolleys are out this side door here, so. call this July County Commission meeting back to order. We are still on Resolution 7-21-1, ready for the finance portion. Finance of $6,032,282. Commissioner Webb, the motion. Commissioner Dwight Jones, the second. And I guess I took Miss Nina's thunder on that one.
That's okay.
All right, so go ahead. So go ahead, I'll let you read it out.
Oh, read it out,
What
okay.
we're doing.
So, the finance category, the total is $6,032,282.
Are there any questions on the finance portion? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Whoops.
Technical difficulties.
You may have to take it, usually have to go completely out of it then and.
Should I close it?
I
I had to do it.
Wonderful technology.
You're on the wrong video.
Greg's up. Chad, yours doesn't have yours. Okay. I guess we need to note on the roll that I think we already have that Commissioner Chalfant is absent. I think, other than that, if wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
19 yes, 3 no.
That section passes. Ms. Nina?
Administration of Justice, $5,097,609.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Any questions on this portion of the budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no.
I have a question for the attorney.
Yes.
I do speaking on the side, and I do get paid through the judicial commissioners as a standalone employee. Is that something where I can vote my conscience, or I need to abstain?
I would abstain.
Thank you.
Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
20 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain.
All right, Commissioner Mason, thank you. Next.
Public Safety, $36,587,705.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Smith. Are there any questions on this section of the budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
21 yes, 1 no.
Section passes.
See. Public Health and Welfare, $6,208,157.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Osbrooks. Any questions on this section of the budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Commissioner Lawrence. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
19 yes, 3 no.
Passes. Next.
Social, Cultural, and Recreational Services, $19,575,777.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Hester. Any questions on this section of the budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
18 yes, 4 no.
Section passes. Next.
Agricultural and Natural Resources, $676,328.
The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Lathers. Any questions on this section? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
19 yes, 3 no.
Section passes. Next.
Other general government, $25,909,563.
The resolution by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Are there any questions on this section of the budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
19 yes, 3 no.
That section passes.
The
Yes.
total county general fund, $117,381,778.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Are there any questions on the total general fund? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
18 yes, 4 no.
That section passes. Next.
Total solid waste sanitation fund, $7,643,267.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Are there any questions on the solid waste sanitation fund? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Section passes. Next.
Total special drug control fund, $170,250.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Are there any questions on this section? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Section passes.
Total,
Next.
Total Highway Public Works Fund, $13,539,162.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Tunnicliff. Are there any questions on this section of the budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Section passes. Next will be the,
Go ahead.
so are you reading the schools also, or?
I can.
All right, we'll just move right along.
Total general purpose school fund, $414,579,134.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Morton. School board, our school personnel are here to answer any questions. Commissioner Herbert.
Jason. You had a rough morning. I promise not to be too bad. We had a lot of discussion about the principals, and y'all have gotten rid of some of the assistant principals you asked, and she explained, and it did come out of regular instructions. I guess where I've got a little confusion on is when we originally started on the budget, it was quoted $2.4 million for insurance, and then it went up to $2.9 million for the additional. Why did it go up $500,000 for the insurance?
I may get Rachel to answer that. If Rachel, come on up since this is being broadcast.
first 2.4 million. Our height is a little different. Just a little bit. The first, when we gave the 2.4 million, that was an estimate. It was a total ballpark. And then we went back through with actual personnel, payroll did, and it came out to the 2.9 million when we really plugged in the numbers.
How many employees do you have that have this insurance that it affected?
I can't tell you that number right this second, and I don't know. Vicki is with payroll here with us, and I don't know if she's got it, but
If
we
I-
can get the number for you.
I mean,
If I may, Rachel, to answer that,
Divide by.
can you speak to our position control report and our full-time equivalents and how that is funded in the money we give to the county for that?
If I can put my hands.
At least the process that we go through.
We do. We have staffing standards, and those standards determine the number of employees we have per location, depending teachers, student enrollment plays into our staffing standards. That along with, then we create a position control report, which basically says if I'm a school at this size, these are the positions that I should be allocated. And that's how we come up with the total number of employees that we should be funding. A little bit different than the insurance number. Everybody does not necessarily take our insurance. And so we were trying, like I said, it was just a ballpark of what we were thinking was probably the case. We had more people using our insurance than they had in the past. And so when we got back down to the real number, it was greater. I can tell you.
So as I understand it, the money that goes into that particular budget line for us returns to the county dollar for dollar. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
oh, you're saying if you over budget? Because the way I looked at it, it looked like almost probably 95% of the employees take insurance. Is that correct?
That's probably pretty close, yeah.
Like almost 5,000 would have been having insurance, and you've only got, I think, according to I read, like 5,027.
Well, Rachel, if I'm not mistaken, those are full-time equivalents, and we actually pay into the county based on full-time equivalents, but our part-timers don't get the insurance, but we still pay those funds into the county for benefits. Is that accurate? Yes, that is accurate.
So Vicki would know.
Okay, the answer is yes to my question. Sorry. So we pay, we budget and fund the county insurance program based on our full-time equivalents, even though some of our part-timers don't actually get the benefit.
You're paying in the money, and then the county, if there's any left over, the county gets it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Nina may be able to speak to that as well.
Yep.
Oh, is that right, Nina?
Whatever we budget, that budgeted amount, and it is based
The
on.
county gets that.
The county
Even if
gets
you've
that.
over budgeted, the county still, we're not going to be?
That's correct. We don't go back and forth.
Self-insurance fund.
Okay. I didn't know that you actually just paid directly into it yourself. Okay. So if there's any extra, the county's going to get it anyway. Thank you.
Correct.
That's all. I won't bother you anymore.
Okay, Commissioner Lawrence.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a comment to all the people who came out today. I don't think any of them are still here, maybe, but they may be listening on the broadcast. Thank you for coming, for all of you who did show up today. I want you to know that I have talked to the governor's office, and I think all the way up to that level, your voices have been heard, and in addition to the administration here and the school board, and I do appreciate the chairman of the school board being here today, spending her day with us, and she doesn't have to do that. So. But I do think that the fact that they came to this meeting and the numbers they did and the school board meeting shows that there's a problem. I reviewed some of the curriculum myself. I found it very disturbing. But the thing is about curriculum, I think Commissioner Sturgeon may have alluded to this, that if you look at the textbook industry, it's a pretty small pool. Jason and I were talking about this last week. There's been so much consolidation in that industry that the same players are writing a lot of this curriculum, and to change the curriculum, you might not really be getting something a lot different than what you've already got. So one of the things that very well may happen within the next year is there may be some curriculum coming down from the state level where our state legislatures may be working with some textbook companies to write our own curriculum just for the state of Tennessee. So that's something that might happen within the next year or two. And But for the time being, it looks like Wit and Wisdom is probably going to be it for this year. So that behooves the review committee. It puts a lot of pressure on you guys on the school board, and makes your job harder, I think, because of the stuff that may be in this curriculum that the parents in Williamson County don't want. But I do think, I don't think it's an understatement to say that we got a lot of credibility at stake here, and I do think that I hope this review committee does take this very seriously and do their job well, because this is about our children, and that's the one thing we definitely need to get right. So, but thanks for all you do. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Story.
Quick question for Jason, if I may. As a follow-up for Commissioner Herbert's insurance question, what is the average cost for I know there's multiple offerings for insurance. What is the average insurance per employee?
We pay 11,000. Well, that last year, I may have last year's number, 11,500 per FTE into the county fund. So that is it, 11,500 per full-time equivalent into the self-insurance fund.
And so whether it was part-time or not, you were allocating the
That's
11,
right.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Honeycliff.
My question. I didn't touch it. Is it better now? All right, good. You're nervous right here. My question, I guess, goes to council. We've been asked by many people to not approve the school's budget in emails and phone calls. Could you explain in very clear detail, if we as a county commission do not approve the school portion of this budget, what happens in process?
You would have to not approve the budget as a whole. They are not separate in that regard. So if you voted against the budget as a whole, there's a process under the 2001 Budget Act that actually the preceding year's budget goes until the budget committee submits its budget, at which point that becomes the budget for the following year.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. Whoops. Oh, Commissioner Guffey.
There.
Yeah, don't touch the button.
I'm not touching the button. This is just a clarifying question on the line item Board of Education, $15,480,375. What falls under that line item?
That particular one, especially this year, is the 4% raise has been piled into that line item, and then upon your approval, we would disperse it to all the funds, and that's why it's showing up so large.
So for the record, that was number 72310. Yep. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. General Purpose School Fund. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Okay. Record the vote, please.
20 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain.
That section passes. Next.
Central Cafeteria Fund, $14,068,454.
Resolution by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Tonnicliff. Any questions on this section of the budget? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Section passes. Next.
Total Extended School Program Fund, $4,939,162.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Are there any questions on the extended school care? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
That section passes. Next,
Total general debt service fund, $45,390,000.
the motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Smith. Are there any questions on the general debt service? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Section passes. Next.
Total rural debt service fund, $32,720,000.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Hester. Are there any questions on this section? Rural debt service. Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
That section passes. Now we're back to the budget as a whole.
Total budget, all funds, $650,431,207.
The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Smith. Are there any questions at this point in time? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
18 yes, 4 no.
Okay. Now then, do we need to go back to the resolution as a whole, or was that one the resolution as a whole? Okay, now we need to vote on Resolution 7-21-1. Resolution making appropriations for the various funds of the departments and institutions, offices of the agencies of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2021 and ending July 30th, 2022. It was already on the floor for Commissioner Webb and Commissioner Sturgeon. Any questions before we vote? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor of the budget, press yes. If you're opposed, press your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
18 yes, 4 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-2. Resolution certifying the tax rate based on the 2021 reappraisal program in Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2020. Commissioner Webb, the motion. Commissioner Morton, the second. Any questions? 2020. Is that a typo, or do we need an amendment?
Yeah, no, you
No.
just misspoke.
I just misspoke. Beginning July 2021. Excuse me. Reading too fast. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
21 yes, 1 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-3. Resolution to exceed the certified tax rate and fixing the tax levy in Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Smith. Any discussion? Yes, Commissioner Lawrence.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to propose an amendment to this resolution to change the tax rate from 1.88 to 1.82.
Okay, do we have a second? Yeah, we'll get there. Well, it says the motion, Commissioner Story, but that was the amendment.
That wasn't my motion. That was my motion, right?
Right.
Okay.
So, Commissioner Story, I guess you're seconding it? All right, can we fix that? Okay, now we will need a breakdown
Right.
of,
I got it.
all right.
You want me to go through that right now?
Yes, if you would,
Okay.
please. We'll
All
need
right.
that before we can vote.
Okay. A couple things. Here,
Can you, before you go into discussion, can you give us the pennies, where the pennies would go for the record?
okay.
We need to know which funds are cut.
All right, so can I just tell you how much amounts from which funds to cut? Okay, how many pennies? So we take 4 pennies from the general fund and 2 pennies from WCS with this option.
Okay, yeah, okay, so makes county general 34 cents and schools 107.
Right.
Okay.
Roughly.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Now, explanation. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think one of the things that, in talking with Nina, and I do appreciate all the hard work that's been done on this budget, and met with Nina last week, and she gave me some of the same information we've heard here today. And one of the problems I have with the tax increase is first of all, is to Commissioner Beathard's point, we've lost revenue as a county from hotel motel taxes, and we've lost revenue from Parks and Rec and other places, but so have a lot of other people, and so have a lot of businesses. I mean, we've seen businesses go out of business in 2020 and 21, and some of them almost went out of business. And so my concern right now as a business owner and an owner of commercial properties is a lot of this property tax increase is going to be assessed on businesses, and some of them are struggling right now. And I did the math on my particular piece of property that I own, which is a commercial property, and it's a 21% tax increase. So that's a substantial increase on a commercial property. Now, it's not going to be that for everybody, as Commissioner Hester said. The hotels were spared. I think it's really hard to determine what a hotel's worth right now, so they were not given the same assessment as some other commercial properties. But I just have a hard time passing on that type of tax increase to particularly to businesses in our community right now. And I think one of the messages we need to send is that if you have to tighten your belt as a community, then we need to be able to tighten ours too as a governmental body. So what I'm proposing is a 4% tax increase. And the other point I want to make about the decreases in revenue is those may come back. We may see hotel occupancy rates go back up. They've already come up from 32% up to 50% in the last 3 or 4 months. And if they go back up to 85, 90%, which they normally are for this time of year, in the next 3 or 4 months, then those revenues will return. And so I would rather take a wait and see approach on whether those revenues come back rather than saying we want to replace those. And then the other thing is, what if we do get some money from the American Recovery Act to replace those funds? That's another possibility that could happen within the next year. So I would propose that we go with this particular rate, which is a 4% tax increase, and we take a wait and see approach. If we need to raise rates next July, we can. We can add a few pennies. We get $1.6 million per penny. So if the revenue sources don't come back, we don't get the money from the American Recovery Act, we can always act on it. The other thing that I think may be time for us to revisit is the issue of the 92%. We are getting 99.9% of tax revenues collected in our county. And it's been that way every year. And yet we budget for 92% with an 8% delinquency rate. I mean, when's the last time a piece of property actually got auctioned on the courthouse steps around here? I mean, that just doesn't happen much in Williamson County because people are going to sell their properties for a value in our county if they get in a tight situation. So and I know this is a little cut to the schools. It's a little over $3 million to the schools. But you are getting $12 million back from the money that you gave us for the capital for the last 3 years, which we appreciate. And you're getting $5 million from the government stimulus. So those are some nice boosts to your budget. And if you needed the $3 million, you could take it out of your fund balance if we decided we want to loosen up the 92%. So if we went to 95, 96% instead of 92%, that would free up some of the money that we are basically setting on the sideline every year for a delinquency rate that never happens. So those are my reasons for that. The other thing I want to say is I really don't like the process that we go through here. I know everybody gets their little card in the mail, and it says my property values went up this year, and most of us got a pretty substantial increase in property values this year. And so everybody looks at their card and they say, oh, my property values went up, so therefore my taxes must be going up. But all of us in this room know that's not true, because they're only going to go up in general if we raise their taxes today. But how many people in Williamson County actually know that? I'm going to say less than 10% actually know that we're voting right now on a proposal to increase their taxes. And I just think there needs to be more transparency in this process. So I'm probably going to bring a resolution at some point in the near future to change this card and put some type of verbiage on there to explain it a little better. I mean, and I know we have public hearings, but nobody comes to those, and we use the normal processes to tell people we're having public hearings. So I just think we need to improve our process. I've talked to a lot of business owners. I talked to the Real Estate Association, even didn't know we were voting on this today. So when you get the Williamson County Real Estate Association, they don't even know we're voting on this. I think we just need to improve our process for transparency purposes. So, you know, if we're going to raise your taxes, you need to know about it, and you need to know about how much it is. That's my opinion. So, So my proposal would be that we raise taxes 4% and we take a wait-and-see approach for the next year, and then we if we need to raise taxes next July, we have the option to do that.
Thank you. Commissioner Herbert.
Okay, I'm speaking to the tax rate. I don't know if not on, well, it's kind of goes with the motion. And I'm going to say once again, just because this tax rate is this doesn't mean you've got a tax increase. It's just according to how much your property went up in value. If your property went up a lot of money, then your taxes will go up. But if it didn't go up more than 30%, then it won't. But, you know, we've worked on this budget. This is my second year on the budget committee. Last year, we didn't raise anything. Nobody got raises. I mean, we were very, very thrifty last year. We've already paid the price of cutting the budget basically last year. And, you know, these county employees deserve a raise. We cannot keep employees if we don't give them a raise. And this tax rate will help give them a raise, even though it is probably one of the lowest tax rates in the state. I mean, we're having a hard time finding employees now. What if we don't give them a raise? How many do you think we're going to have? We won't have to worry about school because we won't have any teachers there. Won't have any employees to help you. So, I mean, we've got to be fair. And I'm against tax raises more than anybody, but you've got to be sensible. I don't want to end up like Davidson County's done and not raise taxes, and then one year have to raise them 30% where they've tried to be thrifty and make a big deal like we're not raising taxes when they're not doing the responsible thing and raising it when you need it. So basically, that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Story.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my biggest point was to Commissioner Lawrence's point about the discrepancy in where we're allocating based on the 92%. And I guess my question is, because it is a 4% rate increase that is with this proposal, so there's a tax increase. The question is, where does the difference come? So if we make up the difference or propose to make up the difference with the discrepancy between what is assumed we will collect, will that affect raises? I mean, will that affect what the services that we're providing? Is just we're assuming we're getting more revenue from a line item that we're always estimating on a very high level of non-collections. So would that force the schools or the other county departments to push off their raise? I believe that we do need to provide a raise to our schools and to our employees. I'm just wondering, will that force the departments into holding off on raises or not.
If I can answer part of that as chair, tell me if I can't, but if we pass this amendment, our budget has to match our tax rate. If we pass this, then we have to go back and adjust the budget. We'll have to go back into the budget, do a reconsideration, and then make cuts to make the bottom lines match, because by state law, they have to balance. So if we pass this, then we have to go back and revisit the budget and make cuts to certain areas to make it match.
So, and I think Commissioner Lawrence had some changes in that, but from a revenue standpoint, would you move the revenues from, instead of 8% to 4% of collectible? Is that how that would work?
I can't answer that, so.
I don't know. But I can tell you one thing, you cut this budget, and I'm gonna let the employees know that you didn't want to vote for them to have a pay raise. It's that simple. Now, that's not a threat, but that's exactly the method I'm gonna go in, because we've got to meet our debt requirement. We've got to do some things. And you heard Jason speak earlier that $10 or $11 million of that money was for employees' raises. Ours is 3.5. 3.5. I can take it off a penny. I can recommend to the budget chairman to take it off a penny. But I'm going to also tell him where it came from. Because we are fighting like the dickens to keep employees, and we're fighting like dickens of finding new employees. So you're going to have to vote. I mean, we're going in reverse order. We've never done this. It's not a threat. But I am going to recommend we look at pay, because I've got to make certain obligations we have to make. Health insurance is one. I mean, that was a big lick. So it's not kosher for me to stand up here and say, but this is voodoo financing. And we've gone through it, like Paul said, Judy, Chaz, we've had plenty of opportunity to go through all this. And here we are on the 11th hour and 59th minute to start making changes on this, postpone the budget and go back, get them to come back again. I'm sorry. I don't like tax increase. I'm sitting over there. I hate tax increases. But we're in a growing community, and we're not even taking into consideration what we've occurred from January 1st of this year to now. None of that Brad has done has shown up on the rolls yet. None of it. I guess, to the commissioner who represents downtown Franklin, I get that. They're having 240% increases. I get it. Nobody likes it, but the value of their buildings went up according to our property assessor. But Judy's area didn't go down, and Fairview didn't. It's going to be adjusted. They're all over the board out there. But at the end of the day, you guys tell us what to do. We're just the executive branch and relaying that message back out. But you can't have all the things we've got. You can't have quality schools. You can't have a sheriff department. It was interesting when I was noting how the voting was going. We all want the things for the sheriff, and why not? But we have to pay the sheriff. I mean, his salary comes out of this line. So that's my 2 cents on it. I'm trying to understand where have y'all been during this budget process? And it's not my job. I don't hire you. I don't fire you. Your electoral does that. They don't hire me. They vote me in or out. But we've got a dead burn good county because they're moving here, 5,000 a year. There's something going on in our school system. I don't like all that I heard this morning about that school curriculum, but I believe Jason will fix it. And I think the school board will fix it, particularly after what we heard this morning. Those were some compelling statements, particularly from a couple of these county commissioners that had kids in school and didn't know it. I've got grandkids. I didn't know some of that. I'm on my soap opera. You shouldn't let me get up here. But It is what it is. They're moving here. They're not going to stop moving here. We've gone to educational impact fees. We've gone to 5-acre lots. We're doing everything you guys can do under some direction from our office, and it's like we put a price tag and everybody wants to come here. And that's great for small business if they're still there. I don't have the answer. Maybe the answer for the downtown Franklin folks, I told a couple of them that came to me, go back to the legislators, get some tax credits that you might could apply to people that are in those Main Street, certified Main Street programs to get that reduced. But that has to come from the state, not from Chad's area or from Karen's area. We've got to charge taxes. We do have a great collection, but that 92%, Greg, you understand cash flow. There's a resolution in here to have for 14 million, is that what it is, for the schools to be able to pay payroll, because we're going to send bills out on October 1st. They don't have to pay them to February. So between now and the end of the year, we better have some money to bank to pay the employees, pay the teachers, and do the things we've got to do. That's the big picture. That's 30,000 feet. But you can't backdoor this thing and start cutting tax rate. I get it why Greg doesn't want a tax increase, neither do I. But I also know you've got to be responsible for what you're setting up here. So vote your conscience, vote what you think's important. But at the end of the day, we're going to run this government and maintain that AAA and do the best job that you all tell us to do.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Again, and this is just a point of clarification. When I said there was no change, I'm not going to vote for it if it's not going to include, if it's not, the opportunity for raises are not there. The question I was having is just how do you, the tax rate is something that it was known recently. And I guess the question that I was looking at is how do you, is there an opportunity to change the one criteria of revenue to help plug that gap? If it's not, it's not. It's not that it was voting against a tax increase or a payroll increase. The question was just how do we help bridge a gap in one of the revenue items to help make that change? And if it's not there, it's not. That was just the only question.
And I'm going to repeat it. I'm not going to say that we can't do it. We will do what you all tell us to do. It just won't have all the things that we've got. The word that's been bounced around here is baked. At the end of the day, we're going to do what you all tell us to do. We're the executive branch. You're the legislative branch. But we do offer a lot of guidance, and that's why we're here today. This budget wasn't done in a silo, wasn't done in a vacuum, Chad or Commissioner. It is what it is. And I was a small businessman just like many of you in here, and it's painful. But it's also a fact of life. This county is a very desirous place in which to live and send your kids and worship and all the other things that go with it. So.
And I'm going to offer a little point of clarification on what you said. The 92%, we collect 99, is where our fund balance is built that we use to fund additions to the budget throughout the year. As Ms. Nina stated last year, and stop me if I'm debating because I'm trying not to, I'm just trying to clarify, we hit our fund balance for $18 million to fund our budget last year. And so we're down in fund balance. And so part of this, if we take revenue from that difference, then we're reducing our ability to maintain our fund balance to fund projects that come forward through the year. So I'm not trying to debate, I'm just trying to give. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also say that fund balance. Am I on now? Okay. I would also mention that fund balance is something the rating organizations look at when they judge our bond issues. And I'm going to reflect back to some comments before lunch that some of you may have forgotten already. Commissioner Hester reminded us about the jail project, the juvenile project, those other projects. A lot of you did not come to the debt meeting that we had one Saturday morning, and those are projects that have to be done. It's looking forward that debt service is going to have to be paid. And I would also remind people of Commissioner Jones's comments that this has been a long process through the Budget Committee. It was not done in a vacuum. It was done with meeting after meeting of input from the various departments, what the needs are, how to provide a continuation of government service with the necessary employees. Now is not the time to go back and rethink that. So I would ask everybody to support the budget that you have presented to you and the tax rate presented to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Osbrooks. No, I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner. I'm sorry. I'm reading my board wrong.
Thank you, Chairman. I've heard a lot about 2020 and COVID and the challenges it caused our county. I want to say that I'm 100% in favor of this budget and the tax because we learned how important those services are to us during a pandemic and during the emergencies that we handled this last year. And I don't want to see those things cut. I don't want to see our employees have challenges with that. And I think I know I was extremely proud to being a Williamson County resident this last year and how we handled those things moving forward. So I'm in favor of the budget as it is. Thank you.
Now, Commissioner Osbrooks.
Thank you. Chairman Little, I want to be very clear. I will not be supporting this amendment or motion. And I want to echo a little bit about what Commissioner Tunnicliffe just said. This, for my family, was an exceptionally difficult year. And I can look into this crowd of directors, county government leaders who helped my family, and I can't say thank you enough. So I will not be supporting this. I believe the Budget Committee did an outstanding job getting this budget together, and every vote I will be making today will be in support of the work that our Budget Committee did this year. And while I have the floor, thank you all for your work this past year. I'm hopeful that by the end of the day, we will be voting to grant raises to everyone who did not receive one last year. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm glad you brought up, Commissioner Little, about the fund balance because what I understand is our recurring revenue doesn't equal recurring expenses when it comes to county general. And so we need that fund balance to bridge the gap. And it would be nice if our recurring revenue equaled our recurring expenses, but at this point, it doesn't. So that 8% protects us from that end. And I'm glad that the JJJ was brought up because that's probably the main reason why I'm voting for this increase. I've struggled because I don't like tax increases, and I know people have been hurt by COVID. But while we lost revenue because of COVID, we didn't lose any growth at all. And growth, I'll repeat it, it's cliche now, never pays for itself. So while we are losing revenue on one side, we're gaining more and more expenses because of growth. So I have to vote for this the way it is, and I won't be supporting the amendment, though I know it comes from good intentions.
Thank you. Commissioner Herbert's already spoken on the amendment. Well, let me get to Commissioner Lathers, then we'll come back to you. All right, Commissioner Lathers.
Do I have to speak first? Can I let her go first?
She can yield the floor, can't she?
I'll behave.
You can yield the floor to her if you wish.
I'll behave. You know, I think every colleague here, we all want the same thing. We want what's best for our county, what's best for our children. But you know what's interesting? We can sit here and look at pieces of paper that have been prepared for us by staff. We have no idea the level of time and detail and work that comes into every number, every decision. And for those in the budget committee, thank you. They met with all the folks. They asked the hard questions. We all can attend those meetings. We could even do them by Zoom, which was terrific, by the way. Wish that would come back for committees. But we could educate ourselves on the process. So, though well-intended and maybe it's politically correct these days to do this and that, I would say it doesn't matter what the truth is, it's what people perceive the truth to be. But the truth is, we have a lean budget, we have a fiscally conservative budget, and I've tried to share this with a few folks that are department heads to say, I never want to go through a pandemic again, but I would never go through it without these folks. So I know it's well-intended, but I vehemently oppose this amendment to change this erroneously. And I just appreciate our executive branch for doing the heavy lifting that makes our county run so well. Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert.
I know I said I was through, but I'm not. I think Clyde's coming out in me a little bit.
A little?
I'm going to, and this is a quote from my dad, and it is so true. And I've said this before, it makes me so upset when I see people vote for resolutions all year long, and then they vote against a tax increase. When you're voting, every time you're voting to get more money, you're voting for a little bit of a tax increase. So this tax is not just for this budget, it's also for all these resolutions you're going to vote for next year to make people in your districts happy. You know, you've got to do what's right. And the right thing is to be responsible. It may not make everybody happy when they hear a tax increase. A lot of people think they get a tax increase every year. No, they do not. If their property hadn't gone up in value, they won't get a tax increase. But this is the right thing to do. We've worked hard on this. And if you want to vote against this tax rate, then I suggest you vote no on every resolution that becomes before you next year. Because if you vote yes, you're voting for a tax increase next year. Thank you.
Are there any other discussion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote on the amendment. The amendment is to change the tax rate from 188 to 182. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
1 yes, 21 no.
The amendment fails. We're now back to the resolution as a whole. The resolution to set the tax rate at 188. Is there any other discussion on the tax rate? I guess when she gets this. Is now the time to take the 5-minute recess while she fixes? Yeah, there we go. All right, so now we're back to the resolution as a whole. Are there any other questions or discussion on this? Not if you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
19 yes, 3 no.
And we have been requested to take a short restroom break, so we will take a quick 5 minutes. Anyone go to the restroom, and we'll get back to business. Yeah, you should have brought the whole packet in. There's a adapter, a cord in it. Yes, sir. If y'all-
Are you, is everybody good?
He's dying over there. Hold on. Okay, so we're back to order.
Who needs a charger right
Okay, we're ready to go. I heard him. That's I'm ignoring it right now, but I heard it.
Is everybody charged? Anybody need a charger? Any other types of chargers for your iPads or phones? You're good? You're good?
Am I the only one that thought ahead and brought the charger? All right. Back to order.
Our budget chairman can't vote yet.
If we can, he's just gonna run out of juice pretty soon.
Well, you got a motion.
You have to work, Paul.
Resolution 7-21-4. Resolution making appropriations to nonprofit charitable organizations of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending July 30th, 2022. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second, Commissioner Morton. Explanation, please.
You can see here, this is the appropriation.
Hang on, let's get you turned on. Now try.
Okay. This is the nonprofits that have been presented, that went through the Budget Committee, and you'll see all the agencies listed here. If anybody has any questions, we'll be glad to answer them.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Microphone is on. I opposed this in the Budget Committee because of the addition of a new recipient of these funds. It was my understanding that this was to stay stagnant until things dropped off, and I don't believe, I just don't like the idea that the county picking winners and losers. How do I know this new person or this new entity, Davis House Child Advocacy, is the highest and best use of our charitable funds? I just don't agree with it myself, so I won't be supporting this one.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Many of you have heard me year after year say this, on this list of charities is the Convention Visitors Bureau, which is one so-called charity or nonprofit that actually has a return on investment to the county. For every dollar the county spends, there is an estimated dollar of return through sales tax generation. If you notice the amount this year, $732,761 is about half of what it has been in the last year or two. Obviously, the hotel motel tax has declined, so the funds available to the Convention Visitors Bureau has declined. That's how it works. That's how it was planned to work. And we've submitted our budget based on those numbers. We have been very frugal and controlled our budget in preparation of the upcoming year so that we can continue to work the work of the Convention Visitors Bureau in order to attract more and more tourism to our city and our county and generate more tax dollars. So I did want to point that out to you, that it's working the way it's supposed to. Hotel motel tax goes down, Convention Visitors Bureau allocation goes down. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly maybe provide a little information for Commissioner Sturgeon. She had talked about not being familiar with the Davis House, and I was just going to inform her that that is actually a nonprofit agency that when a child in this county is abused, whether it's sexually, physically, or trafficked, this program allows them to be forensically interviewed. So during the court process, they are spoken to once rather than having to tell their story multiple times. In addition, they provide trauma counseling for each of these victims for free. until they are 18. So I know it is a new organization to the budget this year, but they have worked within this community for many years. It's actually named after Ronald Davis, who was one of our district attorneys before he passed away. And it's a great organization, and if you'd like to know more about it, I'd be happy to speak to you about it.
Commissioner Herbert.
I just wanted to say I'm a CASA volunteer, which means I don't receive any money, but I will vote my conscience.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
I never meant to say I wasn't familiar with the Davis House. It's a wonderful organization. And I feel good about supporting the senior citizen centers and all that. It's the concept that the government's choosing some entities and not others. And this is an amount of $2,675. I just don't think it should be coming from the county government. I think it should be coming from private individuals. Because how do we choose, who didn't make the grade? Probably another fabulous organization. So it's no slur to the Davis House whatsoever, because I support CASA and the Davis House. I just don't think it should be on the list of what charities, what we call charities. We're calling the Tourism Board a charity. I just don't think it belongs on this list. So it's no disrespect to the Davis House whatsoever.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Greg? Do you want a voice vote or get reconnected? There he goes. Nope, there he goes. All right. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
20 yes, 2 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-5. Resolution making appropriations to nonprofit emergency services organizations of Williamson County, Tennessee for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2022. Commissioner Aiello for the motion. All right, we have Mr. Landrum the motion, Osbrooks the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Law Enforcement Public Safety was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Aiello. I've been forgetting the commission, the committee reports. I just realized. Go.
I don't think I'm, there we go. All right. So this is just appropriating funds for the various profit of emergency service organizations, specifically Arrington Volunteer Fire Department and Williamson County Fire and Emergency Services Foundation.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-6. Resolution of the governing body of Williamson County, Tennessee, authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of interest-bearing 2021-22 general purpose school fund tax anticipation notes not to exceed $14 million. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second, Commissioner Smith. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
Mr. Chair, Finance Director. I'm not on. Am I on? The magic works. She alluded to this earlier, that this is really a bridge note so that we can pay the school teachers and their expenses between now and the time the property tax funds are received by the county.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 27-21-7. Resolution of the intent to fund certain county general projects totaling $18,782,444 in a 2021-22 bond or note issue. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Osbrooks. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, this is a list of equipment, capital equipment needed throughout the county. It's itemized here, so if anyone has any questions, we can go to those department heads or Ms. Graham for a further explanation.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, my concern is with Parks and Rec, and if I can get an idea of what Bethesda Recreation Complex Phase 2 is, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd be glad to do that for you, Commissioner. Phase 2 at Bethesda is a continuation of a growth project in the south end of the county. Just a quick reminder of what Phase 1 was. It was the funding of soccer fields and infrastructure for the development of the 40 acres that we purchased out there several years ago. That was funded last year. Phase 2 is part of a three-phase program, and that is to bring on additional amenities online. And the Phase 2 would include tennis, pickleball courts, and additional prep work for the third and final phase, which would be the replacement of the Bethesda facilities that are outdated and basically have just worn out their welcome as far as the maintenance of those facilities. So Phase 2 consists of additional ground structure, civil engineering work, and tennis and pickleball.
What, Commissioner? Chairman? Were the turf fields part of last year's budget?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What's going on? Is there, and that is fully funded now, the turf fields that you're going to put in Bethesda?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-8, resolution requesting an intent to fund for $10,213,666 for Williamson County Board of Education 2021-2022 capital needs. Commissioner Tunnicliffe. All right, Commissioner Beth did the motion, Commissioner Tunnicliffe the second. The school board was 12-4-0 against. Education committee was 5-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Am I ready? Magic. This is just to do some continued capital expenses within maintenance, technology, and other departments in the Board of Education, and I know Jason is here and can address it if we need more detail on that.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-9, resolution appropriating $4,100,000 adequate school facilities privilege tax funds and appropriating the related operating transfers for the 2021-22 general debt service expenditures. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Morton. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
Mr. Chair, this is taking the privilege tax, $4.1 million, and applying it to debt service.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-10, resolution appropriating $5,600,000 education privilege tax and adequate school facilities privilege tax funds and approving the related operating transfers for the 2021-22 rural debt service expenditures. Commissioner Webb, the motion. Commissioner Dwight Jones, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
Mr. Chair, this is the Education Privilege Tax Fund of $5.6 million to be transferred to the Rural Debt Service.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-11, resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 capital projects funds for $1,340,995, proceeds to come from the state of Tennessee Local Government Recovery and Rebuilding Direct Appropriations Grant. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
You can see this is applying a grant. This is basically the state of Tennessee's COVID-19 government grant, and you can see the list of projects items listed here for $1.34955.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-12, resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 capital projects budget by $1,005,000, revenues to come from unappropriated solid waste sanitation fund balance. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second, Commissioner Ricky Jones. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This is moving money from the solid waste. This is moving money from the solid waste fund to purchase the equipment listed here.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-13, resolution amending the 2021-22 capital projects budget and appropriating up to $880,000 for major corridor study projects and purchasing of new equipment, revenues to come from unappropriated highway fund balance. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Highway Commission was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, this is $880,000, which will be used for the major corridor study projects as well as other equipment in the Highway Department.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-14, resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 capital general fund budget by $3,503,833, revenues to come from county general fund balance. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. The Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This is using fund balance to pay for the items listed on the sheet totaling the $3.5 million.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. David? Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-15, resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 capital projects budget by $400,000 for the purchase of various parks and recreation equipment, revenues to come from recreation privilege tax funds. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Did Parks and Rec meet?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Explanation, please.
As you can see, we have a list of $400,000 from the Recreational Privilege Tax Fund.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-16. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 capital projects budget by $30,000 for the purchase of new vehicles, revenues to come from recreation privilege tax. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Nations. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As you can see, this is the Recreation Privilege Tax, again, $30,000 to replace a flooded vehicle from the Nolensville Recreation Center.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
21 yes, 1 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-17. Resolution appropriating and amending 2021-22 capital projects budget by $415,989 for the purchase of fire equipment for the Williamson County Volunteer Fire Service, revenues to come from fire protection privilege tax funds. The motion by Commissioner Aiello, the second by Commissioner Tunnicliff. Law Enforcement and Public Safety was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, sir.
Yes, these are expenditures to come from the fire protection privilege tax funds, including certain breathing apparatus, off-road vehicles, and other equipment for operation.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-18. Resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 general sessions budget by $50,000 for the Williams County's participation in the electronic monitoring indigency fund, revenues to come from unappropriated county general funds. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Hester. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. On page 2, there was a typo, and the now be it further resolved. The date is wrong. It should be 21-22. That is a typo that will be corrected, and we will not need an amendment. Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, explanation, please.
As you can see, this $50,000 for electronic monitoring. This is coming from the fund balance.
All right, any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your votes, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. As a side note, several of these next resolutions that we are expending fees for, those fees help save us tax dollars in having to use borrowed money to pay for this equipment. So just as a side note. Resolution 7-21-19. Resolution appropriating and amending 2021-22 Clerk and Master's Chancery Court budget by $10,000, revenues to come from a reserve account. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Osbrooks. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
You can see this is transfers for the Chancery Court for purchasing equipment of $10,000.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-20, resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 county clerk's budget by $15,000, revenues to come from reserve account. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This is another transfer from the county clerk's office, $15,000 for equipment.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-21, resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 Register of Deeds budget by $166,000, revenues to come from document recording fees. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This is a transfer of $166,000 from the Register of Deeds reserve account. You can see the various items it's being used for on the resolution.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-22, resolution appropriating and amending the 2021-22 Circuit Court Clerk's budget by $50,000, revenues to come from the reserve account. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Hester. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
Again, you can see these are reserve funds from filing fees used for office equipment in the Circuit Court Clerk's office.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-23, resolution accepting an anonymous donation on behalf of Williamson County Sheriff's Office and appropriating and amending 2021-22 Williamson County Sheriff's Office budget by $25,000, revenues to come from donations. The motion by Commissioner Aiello, the second by Commissioner Bethard. Law Enforcement Public Safety was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
Just as it says, this is an anonymous and generous donation of $25,000. And if there are any other resolutions like this, I will be happy to sponsor those as well to the county.
Sheriff, could you come up a second? We're deviating just a second because I understand that you have a longtime employee that is retiring, and we would like to acknowledge that.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. George Poss, who's a deputy with me, he started, well, actually, he had a break in service, but he's been with us for 38 years and will be retiring at the end of August. And he heads up our traffic unit right now and does a lot with our Governor's Highway Safety Office and stuff, and been a valuable asset to the agency.
Commissioner Sturgeon?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a motion that we have a proclamation for his retirement.
Okay. Thank you. Is there a second? We have a voice second. Commissioner Nations, we can voice vote this. I don't know if she's got it typed in or not, but all in favor of issuing a proclamation, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Let it show that it was unanimous. We appreciate his many years of service.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Sheriff, just ask you might ask him if he could come back to our September meeting to receive the proclamation. We'll have it ready to issue for him. All right. Even though he's retired, so. Make him come back. All right, back to the resolution at hand. Are there any questions on this resolution? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-24. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a grant agreement with the Department of Justice Assistance Office and appropriating and amending the 2021-22 Veterans Treatment Court budget by $500,000. The motion, Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Tunnicliff. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
This resolution authorizes us to accept this $500,000 for the Veterans Treatment Court. If we have some question on that, I'll have to ask somebody else to get into the details of what all this is for, other than what's in the resolution. You do have personnel included here, and of course, in our thing, when a grant expires, those position funding expire with the grant.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-25. Resolution authorizing the county mayor to enter into a 2021-22 contractual agreement with the state of Tennessee for the local health services and reducing the 2021-22 Health Department operations and revenues budget. The motion by Commissioner Story, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Rainey.
Just $1,000 to help offset the cost of pay. Be routine.
No, this is 25.
Oh. I'm sorry. Yeah, little difference. We've been here a long time, folks. Okay. I don't know any more details about it.
Well, this is,
Chairman.
the state cut our Department of Health budget this year, and this is just reflecting that cut. So if you have any questions, we have people here to answer. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-26. Resolution appropriating and amending 2021-22 Animal Control Department budget by $1,000. Revenues to come from state revenue. Commissioner Bethard, the motion. Commissioner Osbrooks, the second. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Now, explanation, please, Commissioner Rainey.
Like I said, it's just another grant. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Commissioner Webb? Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-27. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to sign the Parent Education Mediation Fund grant contract with the State of Tennessee Administration Office of the Courts and amending the 2021-22 Juvenile Services budget by $1,000, revenues to come from state grant funds. Motion by Commissioner Aiello, the second by Commissioner Bethard. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Law Enforcement Public Safety was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please.
As Commissioner Rainey said, this is $1,000 to go towards mediation for juvenile services.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Steve, you still working? There we go. Anyone who change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-28. Resolution appropriating and amending 2021-22 Juvenile Services budget by $192,000, revenues to come from state grant funds, and authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to sign a grant contract amendment with the State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services. The motion by Commissioner Mason, the second by Commissioner Bethard. Law Enforcement Public Safety was 4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please, sir.
This is the extension of an existing grant for an additional year and an additional $192,000 for the juvenile court.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-29. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute a 2021-22 grant agreement with the State of Tennessee Department of Health for the provisions of dental services at the Williamson County Health Department in an amount not to exceed $175,800. The motion by Commissioner Lathers, the second by Commissioner Smith. Budget Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please. Commissioner Rainey, do you want this one or you?
Well, I'll take this one. The county is required to provide those dental services, and we have no choice. This was a number suggested, so we're in favor of that.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Sturgeon.
Just a quick one. Is this the same amount of money that we get every year?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-30. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute a lease agreement with the Education Foundation for Williamson County, Inc. The motion by Commissioner Bethard, the second by Commissioner Morton. Property Committee was 5-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please. Commissioner Story, I believe, signed this one.
Did I do 30? I did, didn't I? Yeah, this is an agreement to extend access to this facility for use for this foundation. Sorry, I wasn't looking at 31.
It's a lease agreement, extending a lease
agreement, yeah.
agreement. Are there any questions? Commissioner Sturgeon.
I would like to know what the Education Foundation for Williamson County, Inc., what they actually do.
Can you answer that, please?
We're talking about Williamson, Inc., like the Chamber of Commerce, right? No.
No. Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jason.
The Williamson County Education Foundation, that is the title of the corporation. It's a nonprofit corporation that supports education in the county. So as an example, the most recent thing you may have seen is they were supporting some ACT prep. It's that kind of work that they do. Completely nonprofit, but they do act as a support organization for schools, not just Williamson County schools, but Franklin Special.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-31. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute an agreement for the dedication of easement for the City of Franklin, Tennessee for the provision of sanitary sewer. The motion, Commissioner Story, the second by Commissioner Jones. Property Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please.
Yeah, this is City of Franklin's going to provide sewer for the new animal shelter, and this is to allow them access via the easement.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-32. Resolution to surplus and approve the conveyance of mobile and portable radios and authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute all documents needed to complete the conveyance. The motion by Commissioner Aiello, the second by Commissioner Smith. Property Committee was 5-4-0 against. Law Enforcement Public Safety was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, sir.
Yes, this is to authorize the surplusing and conveyance of certain mobile and portable radios to Hickman County, Lawrence County, Murray County, Wilson County, and Somerton Community Fire Department.
Are there any questions? This is really a gesture of goodwill on our part that we are able to donate these to some other less fortunate counties, I guess is one way to put it. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. If opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Don't know if I worded that properly, but oh well. Resolution 7-21-33. Resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to sign a contract with the State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services for the provision of juvenile detention services. The motion by Commissioner Mason, the second by Commissioner Aiello. Law Enforcement and Public Safety was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Aiello.
Yeah, this is a resolution authorizing Williamson County to sign a contract with the state of Tennessee, essentially for reimbursement for housing of juveniles in Williamson County Juvenile from the state.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-34. Resolution to name the bridge located on McDaniel Road the Major Dale L. Barrett Memorial Bridge for his many years of military service to the United States of America and its citizens. The motion is by Commissioner Lathers, the second by Commissioner Bethard. Highway Commission was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Lathers.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to read this in honor of our District 5 recipient?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm getting hoarse.
Do we have any of the family members here? Okay. I'll just read this in honor so we have it in the record. Thank you. Whereas the Williamson County Board of Commissioners has the authority to name bridges on county roads subject to criteria established by the county, and whereas the contributions and sacrifices of the men and women who serve in the armed forces are vital in maintaining the defense of the United States of America, and whereas Major Dale L. Bennett honorably served as an enlisted soldier and later as an officer in the United States Army, and whereas in 1956 Major Barrett transferred to the United States Air Force to attend pilot training school, and whereas in 1969 Major Barrett and his wife Edna and their children relocated to Williamson County, where they purchased a cattle farm in Arrington, and whereas in 1970 Major Barrett transferred to the Tennessee Air National Guard until his retirement in 1995, and whereas for Major Barrett's sacrifices during the service of our country, Williamson County desires to express its sincere gratitude on behalf of the citizens of Williamson County. And whereas the Williamson County Board of Commissioners has this great privilege to honor Major Dale L. Barrett by naming this bridge located on McDaniel Road East in his memory for his service and defense of our country. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Williamson County, meeting in regular session this 12th day of July 2021, has the great privilege and honor of naming the bridge located on McDaniel Road East, the Major Dale L. Barrett Memorial Bridge, for his courage, service, and sacrifice in the defense of our country.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Commissioner Bethard? There you go. Anyone who can change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-35, resolution authorizing the county mayor to execute a contract between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and Williamson County for the trash collection grant for fiscal year 2021-22. A motion of Commissioner Aiello, the second by Commissioner Bethard. Law Enforcement and Public Safety was 4-0 against. Budget Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please.
Yeah, this is authorizing the entry of a grant to reduce littering and also telling people not to litter. So, it's a good grant.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wish to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 7-21-36. Resolution authorizing the county mayor to seek application for a new grant accountant position charged with the responsibility of all aspects of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. The motion by Commissioner Webb, the second by Commissioner Dwight Jones. Budget Committee was 5-0 against. Explanation, please, Paul.
This is a authorization for the mayor to create a new person to deal with the aspects of the American Rescue Plan. As you know, this plan came up in March of this year, and funds, the 46 million plus, has to be expended and completed by 2026. So this is a short-term position, not a long-term position.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Mason.
My question, and maybe the mayor can answer it, is that, and Commissioner Webb kind of addressed it, once the program expires, will this position be rolled over into a full-time position, or will this position end in 2026?
It will terminate.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. If you're in favor, press your yes button. Opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change your vote, do so at this time. Record the vote, please.
22 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. I believe that completes our agenda. I will make one other announcement. During lunch, I sent all the commissioners an email. The fair is starting up soon. Commissioner Tunnicliffe and I, and my daughter Krista, we chair the courtesy carts, which is one of the most fun aspects of the fair, is being able to drive carts. So I sent you a link to where you can sign up and volunteer to drive. There are other places at the fair where you can volunteer, and Paul and his wife are heading up to volunteer for the fair. So if you have any questions, you can see any of us, but we would love to have your help. Is there anything else I've missed? Do what? No. Oh, the veterans, yeah.
One
go ahead.
other new program we are implementing this year at the fair is a Hometown Heroes Appreciation Program. You can go on the website, williamsoncountyfair.org. Scroll down till you see the link that says new this year, and there is an application that you can fill out where you can submit a veteran of Williamson County for recognition on this special program. So hope to encourage you all to send someone in for that.
All right, is there any other business to come before the commission?
Move to adjourn. Second.
We are adjourned.